Good morning, members, officers and any members of the public who are viewing on Livestream. Welcome to the meeting of the South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Martin Khan and I'm Chair of the committee. May I ask those who are joining us remotely to ensure that their cameras and microphone remain off unless they are addressing the committee. If anyone has any questions on how proceedings to this meeting work, please ask now and Democratic Services will advise. Committee members present in the chamber, I will now invite each of you to introduce yourselves. Members, after I call your name, please turn on your microphone and say your name so that your presence may be noted. As I said earlier, my name is Councillor Martin Khan and I am member for Histon and Impington Ward. My Vice Chair is Councillor Peter Fane.
Good morning, members. Peter Fane, Shelford Ward.
Councillor Ariel Khan.
Ariel Khan, Horston and Cumberton Ward.
Councillor Bill Handley.
Good morning, Bill Handley, Over and Willingham Ward.
Councillor Toomey Hawkins.
Good morning, Toomey Hawkins, Caldycourt Ward.
Councillor Lisa Redrup.
Good morning, I'm Lisa Redrup and I'm one of the members for Harston and Comberton Ward.
Councillor Peter Sanford.
Good morning, everyone. Peter Sanford, one of the members for Caxton and Papworth Ward.
Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Richard Williams. I'm the member for the Whittlesford Ward.
Councillor Mark Howell.
Good morning, Chairman. Mark Howell, and I'm the member for the Caxton and Papworth Ward.
Councillor Eileen Wilson.
Good morning, Councillor Eileen Wilson, Cotton Ward.
I can confirm that the meeting is quorate. We also have some officers with us in the chamber for the duration of the meeting. Phil McIntosh, Interim Delivery Manager.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Phil McIntosh, Interim Delivery Manager for the Shared Planning Service.
Rebecca Smith, Area Delivery Manager. Is she here? Thank you. Yes. Vanessa Blaine, Senior Planning Lawyer.
Good morning, Chair. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Chair. Good morning, everyone. Vanessa Blaine, Legal Advisor.
Lawrence Damari Holman, Democratic Services Officer.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Lawrence Murray Hoban, Democratic Services for the Planning Committee.
And we have our technical support from Democratic Services being provided by Patrick Adams. Okay. We will also be joined by various case officers throughout the meeting. Phil, this is your last meeting with us, and we'd like to thank you for your time with us. Thank you very much for your very helpful support. If any member, if at any time a member leaves the meeting, would they please make that fact known so that it can be recorded in the minutes. We shall take breaks from this meeting as and when they are needed and as appropriate. Members should have received the main agenda pack dated the 4th of July and online supplements containing the plans pack dated the 5th of July and the minutes of the previous meeting dated 11th of July and the previous meeting dated 11th of June, that must be. 3 written submissions have been distributed regarding item 5, Ellsworth, and 1 for item 7, Whittlesford. Members, please state now if you have not seen any of these documents. I would also like to note that site visits were conducted on Tuesday the 11th of July for item 6, Lordsbridge Barton, and 7, Whittlesford. The Ellsworth item site 5 was visited on the June site visits. Item 2 of our agenda today is apologies for absence. Lawrence, are there any apologies for absence today, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. We have 3 apologies for absence today. Councillors Jeff Harvey, Judith Rippeth and Heather Williams have sent apologies, and Councillors Dr Lisa Redrup and Mark Howell have kindly stepped in as substitutes today.
Members, we now come to item 3, declarations of interest. Do any members have any interest to declare in relation to any item of business on this agenda? If any interest subsequently becomes apparent later in the meeting, please would you raise it at that point. Councillor Lisa Redrup.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm a local member of Harston and Comberton Ward, so I have been approached by a local resident in respect of agenda item 6, the solar farm. I come to the committee with an open mind, ready to hear the presentation of speakers. And then for completeness, I am a former student of the applicant, Cambridge University, and my partner has also had previous associations with the university, both as a student and as a research fellow in his his work there ended in 2010. His association has no connection to the application and no bearing on any decision I'll come to.
I think a number of people may have links to the university, general links to the university from being past students. I think we just take that as a general announcement of an interest. Councillor Peter Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Item 5, Avenue Business Park. I'm one of the local members and have received several communications from residents regarding the application, but I am coming today with an open mind and listening to all presentations.
Councillor Toomey Hawkins. No, sorry, Councillor Mark Howell. No, Councillor Hawkins didn't raise one. Councillor Mark Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, with regards to agenda item number 5 in Ellsworth, I know all the applicants or do know of the applicants. I have not spoken to them on any sense, shape or form with regards to pro or against this particular application, and I come to it completely fresh. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bill Handley.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I deferred item 5. I will withdraw, as I did at the previous meeting, and for the same reason.
Okay. Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. There are two. On item 6, obviously the application by the university, I am employed by the university, as is my wife, so I will be withdrawing for that application and leaving the room. On item 7, in Whittlesford, obviously I'm the local ward member. I'm also the chairman of Whittlesford Parish Council, which has made representations to the committee, and I have been approached by local residents on this, so I will speak on that as the local member, and I will not participate in the debate or the vote.
Thank you. Minutes of the previous meeting. I will now go through the minutes of the previous meeting and see if we have any comments. Here we are. The first page, page number 3. Page number 4. Page number 5, page number 6, page number 7, page number 8, page number 9, page number 10. Thank you very much. Okay, can I take that by approval by affirmation? Thank you. Sorry, which meeting was I? Come from the previous meeting. That was the previous meeting of June.
Yes, just to clarify, Chair, so the minutes of the meeting held on Wednesday, the 14th of June, 2023.
Yeah, okay.
Approved.
Thank you. Item number 5, Ellsworth Business Park. This is application 22050654, 24 West Street, Comberton, called in by the local member and the parish council. The creation of a mixed-use food hub with additional parking. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions. We've had 2 written submissions from residents and an email from the business support have been circulated and published. I now would pass over to Phil for more details and a general comment.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to provide an update to members to clarify certain matters in relation to this application and to enable them to be in full possession of the facts prior to determining the application today. At the previous committee in June, a member expressed concern that Councillor MacDonald was being allowed to address the committee. At that point, the legal officer who had been asked for advice by a member asked the case officer whether the economic development team on whose behalf Councillor MacDonald was making the representation were a consultee. The initial response to the legal officer was no, as the case officer advised that he interpreted the query as being in respect of a statutory consultee. The response given to the legal officer was therefore not factually correct. The economic development team were a consultee and did discuss the application with the case officer. A written record of their discussion was provided to the case officer by the economic development team. That written record of the discussion has now been published on the planning register and has been circulated to you all as well. It needs to be it needs to be made clear that the Economic Development Officer's written record of the discussion is a material planning consideration in determining this application. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I will now pass over to the presenting officer, Tom Gray.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my presentation. So the application is Avenue Business Park for the creation of a mixed-use food hub with additional parking. Before I carry on my presentation, further representations have been received in the last few days from the Ellsworth Community Shop, which refers to the proposed development having a significant adverse impact on the viability of the village shop, in addition to further representations and third parties citing additional car movements and air pollutions as a concern. Third-party comments also dispute the number of people employed when the units were offices, and other objections concern light pollution currently on site. These further representations are available on the planning register. So let's say the proposal is the creation of a mixed-use food hub with additional parking. The site constraints are shown on the screen. Development site is here, the application site is here. The application site is located within the conservation area, denoted by this pink line. The development framework is to the north and the east of the site, denoted by this black dashed line. There are a number of statutory protected trees on site, denoted by these blue areas, and the application site is subject to surface water flooding. The current use is offices within Class G, AEG, and is restricted by condition under the previous planning consent to office use, but it can also be used as research and development and industrial processes. Here's an aerial image of the site showing the buildings. The proposal is to change the use of the current units to a mixed-use food hub, which would comprise retail, sale of food and drink, industrial processes, and non-institutional education. It comprises several artisan food businesses, including the butchers, bakers, biscotti, pasta maker, and deli. Several businesses would also provide educational classes. Initially, the goods would be sourced from the local area as much as possible, and in the long term, it's the intention of the applicant to produce some of the food within the agricultural holding the applicant controls. The proposed units would comprise different uses in terms of sort of occupiers, so bakers, cafe, butchers, and cakery, and other occupiers, as shown on the screen. The proposal is to sell artisan goods and provide educational classes. And additional parking would be provided to the south of units 8 and 9, in addition to the retention of parking within the site itself. The proposal would make use of the existing access from Brockley Road to the south, and parking, as I say, additional parking, so that would be 24 additional spaces to the south of units 8 and 9 would be provided. This is would be comprise grasscrete permeable grid system. Conditions were recommended in terms of hedging along the western side of that parking area to minimise any visual harm, whilst to the south-east of the site, it's proposed that as part of the condition to extend the footway into the village. Here's the application site. So on the left hand of the screen, that's view is taken from the proposed area of parking towards unit 8 and 9, and then the other one is then taken again from the parking area towards the other units. So in terms of the planning balance, while there would be an inevitable increase in car movements, as majority of the travel would be by car, and there would be a potential increase in Ellsworth shop, there was no, as discussed in the report, there's not the village shop that sells majority of goods that are convenience goods and essential items, as opposed to high value goods and artisan goods. In terms of approval, it would the office buildings are vacant at the moment, so it would provide employment. It would make use of a vacant building in the countryside that would source locally source foods as much as possible, and in the long term provide food from the farm, from the agricultural holding itself, support small businesses and increase biodiversity and landscaping. The officer recommendation is for approval, subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have questions for the officer concerned. Do I have any questions? Points of clarifications? Sorry, yeah, Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've just got a couple of questions. The first one relates to what's stated in the report on paragraph 9.4, 9.5. That's page 20 of our pack. Policy E14 is referenced, and I just would like a bit of clarification on why the report says E14 doesn't apply. 9.4, it says that, E14 states change of use of existing employment sites to non-employment uses within or on the edge of a development framework will be resisted unless certain criteria are met. And then 9.5 says in this instance the existing site is neither within nor on the edge of or adjacent to the Ellsworth development framework. Now, I take the point that there is a degree of opinion there, but it's very, very close to the Ellsworth development framework, and I would regard it as being on the edge. It's not literally on the edge. I think it's about 70 metres away from the edge, but I would regard that as on the edge. So is the submission that E14 does not apply turning on the fact that there's been a decision that it's not on the edge because it's not literally on the edge, or is there another reason why E14 doesn't apply? I wasn't very clear on that. And then secondly, my second point, the report, so we're talking around paragraphs 9.14 here, it's mentioned at various points. It talks about 18 employees having been in that office, in that area when they were offices, and it talks about 20 new jobs from the shops. That does seem a very low figure, 18 people. Two, I think it says somewhere, two per unit when it was in employment or office use. Has anyone checked that? Have we got any objective evidence of where those figures come from? I know information has been supplied by the applicant, but has there been any effort to check that? Because it seems oddly low to me.
Thank you, Councillor. So in terms of E14, so the part 1 refers to, as you say, the edge of development frameworks. There is a bit of distance in terms of from the application site to the framework itself, and so part 1, in my view, doesn't apply, but part 2 does, in terms of although there would be a loss of certain employment uses in terms of the office use, there would be continue to provide employment on the site, even though it's within the retail sector rather than within offices. In terms of the number of employees, the 18 employees, the applicant did provide that information to me. There is some disagreement amongst third parties about how many of those there was employed previously when offices were in use. But unfortunately, we don't have any data objective data to go on to understand what the level of employment that provided.
Any other? Yeah, Councillor Howell.
Thank you. Can I just come back on that first point with regards to the E14? So so what you're saying is a purely judgment call with regards to how close is close to the development framework. So if it's 70 metres, because that's the figure that's given, I would say that's still on the edge. You're saying that's not on the edge. So am I right on that? Am I reading that? Am I hearing correctly?
Yeah, it is a judgment call in terms of distance-wise to the framework itself. There is a gap. There's other uses to the north. So there is office uses to the north, and there is agricultural lands to the northeast. So there is a separation there to the framework itself. So it's not that policy. I suppose is subjective. You could argue what's on the edge or adjacent to the framework. It's not adjacent to, in terms of the boundary doesn't stop by the application site itself.
Thank you. I politely disagree.
Councillor Fane.
Just to seek further clarification on that point, I'm assuming that policy E14.1 would apply if there was a change of use from an employment site to non-employment uses. I find myself confused as to how this could be regarded as non-employment uses, in which case it's not a judgment call, it's very clear.
Fine. I have a question as well. The issue of providing food, local source food on adjoining land of the ownership of the applicant. Now, as I understand it, the applicant is not a material matter in planning terms, and therefore the site could be passed on to somebody else. So presumably that's not really a material matter. The fact that the applicant owns adjoining land is not really a material matter. The fact, whereas the fact that he could, any applicant could supply food locally is a material matter and could be perhaps considered as an issue in the application. Am I right on that?
Yeah, that's correct. So, I mean, the applicant does hold, a lot of farmland, and it's the intention that the applicant continues to own that the units in the land, but there's potential that it could be given to other people, and but the key point is that it would source locally produced food. Yeah.
Have we any further points? Sorry.
To play slight devil's advocate, if it's a judgment call, how local does it have to be called local?
There's a lot of different figures that you could say is local, but again, it's initially, they'd be providing as much as possible food within a certain radius, and the figure that there's been a number of figures banded around in terms of radius, but it's a judgment call. But in the long term, there'd be the applicant is intending to use the northeast area of the land for pasture land for cattle, and the southwest of the application site for arable fruit and veg. And a lot of that will go into selling on the site in the delicatessen. So, yeah, initially it'd be over a larger area, I'd imagine, that they'd be sourcing food from, and over time they'd be sort of sourcing it more locally. That's the intention the applicant suggested, that has given to me.
Chairman, on that point, I just want to remind everybody at Coton Garden Centre, which they have a large radius map which goes up to 50 miles, which is local. So that is local as far as most garden food producing shops are. But thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me to come back. I just want to clear up this E14 point, because actually Councillor Fain's point is what I was getting at, although he was a bit more direct than me. So can I just clarify just before we move on? So we all know this. With E14, are we saying it doesn't apply because this is not a change from an employment use to a non-employment use? Or are we saying it doesn't apply because of this judgment question about a framework? Because if we're saying it's not a change from an employment to a non-employment, then E14's out, and the village framework issue then becomes a irrelevant point.
Very good.
Needs to be on the record, I'm afraid.
Oh, sorry. I think the issue we've got here is when this policy was written and obviously adopted in the local plan, employment land was historically associated with B-class uses, so class B1, B2 and B8. And so that was deemed to be employment land. And with the advent of Class E that has come forward now, where there's been a melding and a meshing of various use classes, that has widened out what you could be deemed as employment. So when this policy was written, there was a clearer line between employment and non-employment because of that use class. But that has now changed, and obviously that is probably where the waters are slightly being muddied here in the way we're now looking at employment, because as Tom clearly articulated, there is still employment associated with the proposed use. And so I think the issue here is that the judgment that's been made is that we don't consider it is to be on the edge of the development framework. And as we've heard, that's a matter of judgment for those making the decision where you draw the line in terms of an edge. But yeah, I think the other slightly confusing point here is around what's employment land, and that's, as I say, because of the way the use classes have moved on, and the way this policy was written at the time that the use classes were in place. So I hope that perhaps gives a bit more clarity.
Sorry, Councillor Wilson, please, first.
Thank you. I don't know if this is an appropriate question at this point, but I'm trying to gauge the potential impact on the village shop. And because we don't have a map of the whole area where the houses where people are living in relation to this site, and where the village shop is in relation to the houses. So I was wondering, is this a destination where people would normally drive from the village, or is it within easy walking distance compared to the village shop? Or would the village shop be somewhere where someone could just pop out of their house to?
Thank you, Councillor. I can show you a map where it is in relation to the village, if that would be useful. So the application site is down here. These two buildings here. The village shop is to the north here. And the village extends, majority of the village extends to the east. Zoom out a bit more. Is that helpful? Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Howell, a last
Thank you, Chairman. You've been very kind to me. Just two things. One thing you have to remember about the village shop, of course, it's on the way to and from the school. That's what makes it so convenient. Not the only reason that location was, it was the very kind landowner allowed us to put it there, but it's not, it's one of the reasons. Chairman, with regards to the thing, you did say that there was, the employment has been, changed over the time. And I understand that, I understand where you're coming from. But then, so that change over time meant that there was a strict E14 application, that it had to be right next to the boundary, because it was said it was a judgment call. So is that what happened at the same time? Because this is quite a fundamental part of it.
Through you, Chair. No, the point I was making was around the reason for that policy was to protect essentially B-class users and provide criteria for assessing whether they were going to go away from that use, that you had to meet certain criteria which would effectively been deemed an appropriate way of losing employment land. The location element is part of that policy, but a separate entity. And as we've said, the edge is a matter of judgment for the decision maker around whether you believe it is on the edge or not of the village. And we've made a judgment that we don't consider it to be on the edge. And that's why the report rules out part one of that policy.
Okay, have you finished questions now? Okay, now we move on to the public speakers. I would like to remind speakers that they have 3 minutes to make their representation, and we will ensure that you are made aware that you are aware of how much. We will ensure that you are aware of how much time you have remaining. Normally, I will, when 3 minutes are up, I will ask you to finish your sentence, and then we'll cease what you're saying. The first speakers are the objectors. Now, you have 3 objectors. Normally, we allow 1 objector. If you have 3 objectors, you have 3 minutes to apply to all 3 of you, just a warning, so that you manage your time so that you can do it within 3 minutes. Now, the objectors are Richard French, James Howell, and Paul Solon. Who's going to speak first? Thank you. Welcome, Mr. French.
Chairman, I should say I have no relation to James Howell.
Yeah, okay.
We have both this wonderful surname, no relation.
There you go.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, this development is unlawful because it is in the countryside, in clear conflict with the local plan, and will cause unjustified harm. The case in favour is flimsy, but the presenting officer recommends approval. Are you confident it is safe to follow their recommendation? The presenting officer's report says that Cabinet Member MacDonald is supportive, see para 8.2. Why single out his view? Has Councillor MacDonald still got his thumb on the scales? Is there subconscious bias at play? You will know that this case is being followed keenly by many residents who objected on the grounds that it conflicts with the local plan. Has proper weight been given to the local plan? The report cites key policies but then ignores them. Is it safe for your approval? Has proper weight been given to the harms? The report says it is inevitable that the food park will increase private car usage, estimated in the tens of thousands. This is far from minimal. And a trivial quantity of the goods will be local. Most will be brought in by vehicle, adding to the road miles. Has proper weight been given to the harm that this will cause to the environment, to air quality, and to the authorities' policy of reducing reliance on the private car? Has proper weight been given to the fact that to get to Ellsworth by car, motorists will have to travel through surrounding villages? Has proper weight been given to the safety of pedestrians, to the vulnerable youngsters walking to primary school in the village from the food park, at times when deliveries are being made in the morning or at 3 p.m. when the offices are in use? Has proper weight been given to the fact that the same developer has permission to expand the office space by 30%, attracting yet more cars and funneling them through the food park? And has proper weight been given to expansion in opening hours to include weekends, intensifying use still further? Is it safe for you to approve? Has proper weight been given to the harm to villagers caused by loss of the shop, to those who have relied on it for more than 10 years, to the 70 volunteers who work there, to the old folk who walk to the shop, and their walk was their one daily outing, deterred now because of heavier traffic on the narrow village streets? Mr. Howell, shop treasurer, is here, and he can bear witness to the welfare benefits of the shop. Has too much weight been given to employment and economic benefits of the food park? New jobs, net new jobs created is only 2. Is that really sufficient justification? Are you satisfied that the current use of the units is really not viable? The fact that the developer has a tenant for its new office on site suggests there is no lack of demand for offices in the area. Mr. Solon, who is here on my right, has lived next door to the business park for more than 20 years. He can bear witness to the fact that the units in question formerly provided continuous employment for at least 30 people. So in conclusion, the question I put to you is it really safe for you to approve? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Now we have questions to the objectors. Have we got any questions?
No.
Any? Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering, you said about children walking from the food hub to the school. I just wondered what you meant by that, please.
Yes, the applicant developer who owns the site has an arrangement with the village school whereby parents can park at the food park and then walk their children through the streets to the village school and back.
Okay, and so you're saying that that will be more dangerous with this application. Was that what you were inferring?
Yes, because of the intensification of use, because of the increase in traffic, in and around the area attracted by the food park because of the fact that parking at the site is going to be expanded. There's just going to be more traffic and also deliveries of various foodstuffs to the food park.
Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Through you, but I will face the question. Could you tell me a bit more about what you think to be the impact on the village shop, which is run by volunteers, I believe?
Thank you, Councillor. The village shop has been operating for 11 years. We've got 70 volunteers and over 200 people who have made a financial contribution to setting up the shop, buying a share in it. Your own council has given us financial support as well, as has the parish council. There's a lot invested by the community in the shop. Our contention is, even if the food park is banned from selling convenience goods, what are convenience goods? We sell bread, we sell milk, we sell coffee, we sell eggs, we sell Scotch eggs and sandwiches. If any of these sales are affected by the food park, then the viability of the village shop is called into question. I have with me a copy of our accounts from last year and for the current year. Our total, because we had to buy a new air conditioner for the shop this year, over the last 18 months, we're actually in deficit by about £3,000. That's, fortunately, we got a grant from through your council for COVID relief, which has helped alleviate that. But it's just there to show you the fragility of the village shop. If we lose sales, the only thing we can do is put up prices. If we put up prices, we discourage people from using the shop. It's a very difficult balance. We deliberately try to keep our prices as low as we possibly can. We don't aim to make any money, but the viability of the shop will be damaged if we have to put prices up. And I can't see any way of avoiding having to put prices up if we were to lose any sales at all.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if Mr. Sullivan could explain why he's come up with a different number of employees on the site when it was offices as against the ones used by the officers' report. Thank you.
Certainly. That is simply my own personal knowledge and observation of the site over 20 years. So that, to give examples, Thomson Media Publications, which occupied where the cafe is, or part of where the cafe is going to be, during this period had a minimum of 5 and very often 10 employees working from that office. With Cambridge Brick and Paving Company had at least 6. Whilst I don't have a total count of the all 9, certainly I would say a minimum of 2. 2 is the minimum, basically. And depending on how you extrapolate the figures, I think it was a conservative estimate of 30. And certainly, you know, there is no evidential basis for suggesting it was as low as 18. It's, in my view, economically a net loss of several jobs.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation and answers to your questions, to the questions that you've been asked. One of the things that this is trying to do, from what I've read, is to create a different type of shop to what you have already. I know you said what's the difference between a convenience and a food hub, but my question is, I'm not even sure how to phrase this, is surely there is a demand from other residents. It's probably a balance, isn't it? That some want it and some don't. And from what I've read, there seems to be a demand for this type of shop.
Shall I answer that? Thank you for your question. If I may say, there is a difference between demand and need. In the planning context, specifically spatial strategy policy number 7 in your local plan, the local plan, it says in the countryside there will not be development of this type at all unless there is need. A need is something that this council would identify, which is different to demand. As a consumer myself, I of course accept that there is or will be demand for some of the products that are proposed to be sold in this food park. It would be absurd for me to reject that proposition. There is demand. However, that is different to need, and what matters in the planning context is because this site is in the countryside, because this change of use is happening in the countryside, it's changing from a business park, or part of the business park is changing to a retail park, there needs to be demonstrable need, and there is no evidence, you haven't heard, there's no evidence being presented today or previously that there is actually identifiable need, and that's the important thing, it's different to demand.
Might I add a comment too, please? Please. Namely, that there is simply insufficient demand from, or need from the community of Ellsworth for shops of this nature. Over the life of the community shop, it has aimed to sell what Ellsworth residents want, and if they do want it, the shop sells it. The fact that the applicant estimates an extra 40 or 50,000 vehicle movements a year as a result of this development indicates that it is the intention to attract custom from all over, and that will impose the economic and social and pollution burdens on the village that we have referred to in our representations. There may be a good case for another food park in South Cambridgeshire, but Ellsworth is not the place to put it.
Thank you very much indeed. And now we'll move on to the applicant. Thank you. Thank you very much for your clear presentation. Mr. Anthony Davidson. I remind you again, can you restrict yourself to 3 minutes, which is the standard time we allow for presenters. And it applies to all presenters together in total time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The food park will be a place where local people, the school, farmers and food businesses come together to trade, communicate and celebrate seasonal foods, and in the process build a sustainable, healthy, inclusive, enlightened community around food. We have spoken to most of the people in the village, and the vast majority want the park to open as soon as possible. Some have helped plant an asparagus bed, as well as signed up to help grow and be paid in fruit and veg. I have also been teaching food and farming at the school since last year and making videos to help other schools follow. The school will grow food for their kitchen and the park, and vice versa. We already have 3 wholesale food businesses on site, 4 more are ready to open, with more to follow as we attract a viable number of local customers. In time, we want everything sold at the park to be grown locally, and within, hopefully after 5 years, even have avocados, lemons, oranges, olives, and wine. We will do everything we can to make the community shop more viable. We want the food park concept to be duplicated all over the UK and share best practice, all helping increase farm incomes, diversity, soil regeneration, food security, food knowledge, health and well-being. Crucial to combat the horrific increase in food-related disease and declining food security over the last 30 years. My great-grandfather bought the farm in 1924 when farms grew food powered by horses and people. This proposal takes us back to growing healthy food for local people using a mixture of people power, machinery and technology. Most people would prefer to see this approach to farming instead of the intensive and soon GM production of commodities for unhealthy processed food. I'm now going to hand over to Paul, who's going to read a piece from Peter Newton, who can't be here.
Peter and his wife have lived in Ellsworth for 10 years. They welcome the development of the food hub. This is really to embrace the 21st century environmental imperatives that so many struggle to adopt. Now, the Ellsworth community shop has been nurtured for many years by the generous volunteers of the village. In tandem with the food hub, the village shop may be better able to resolve the tensions that exist between customers wanting to support it but being forced to use distant supermarkets for fresh and freshly made goods, giving the village shop a different lease of life. A well-run cafe where we could meet friends and chat over food and coffee is the perfect community addition. As we've heard from Anthony, already shares his horticultural skills with the schools and the children. Furthermore, the residents of the village have had the cost of free use of the village green, the playground and the sports pavilion for many years, thanks to the generosity of Anthony's family, who own both the pavilion and the village green land. This historical generosity supports to them that Anthony is interested in running an effective farm business, not wishing to exploit us or the community in which we live.
Can I ask you to finish that, please?
That's it.
Yeah, one more, but fine.
Sorry, have we any questions now from councillors? Oh.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions actually, if I may. My first question is, you said you would do whatever you can to make sure that the community shop remains viable, and I would like to know what you would do to achieve that, or what you propose. My second question is about the employment profile. Who were people employed in the offices local people, or did they come from farm-wide, or was it a mixture? And would the food hub employ local people, or would there be people travelling in from other places to work there, if, as far as you can tell at this stage?
Thank you. First of all, the community shop. The problem that a lot of community shops have is that they can't get product because they have such a small sales. So what we want to do is be able to provide anything from the food park at wholesale prices that can be either collected by the community shop or we can deliver, and they can then have a much wider range of products for local people. And the community shop is closer to the village than we are, so we're expecting a lot of people just to walk to the community shop, buy a wider range, and then go home. And because in the food park you'll have to go to 3 or 4 shops to buy your products, the community shop might actually offer a more convenient way of picking up those products. We're developing all kinds of things like the Ellsworth sausage, for instance, that at the moment the community shop buys from Fenstanton, so they will be able to buy products from us. So we're also hoping to get all the veg that we grow on the farming area. The community shop can have that. So I'm hoping that we will be selling veg, things like potatoes, onions and carrots, actually cheaper than Morrison's. So the community shop can also do that. And that, I think, will make people think, and that will get a lot more people coming to the community shop. So anything we can do to help make it more viable, we want to do. As far as employment is concerned, I had a little tot up of who was employed in our 9 units that we're proposing in 2021, and it comes to actually 12 and a half people. Things like units 10 and 11 we used as warehousing, and one person turned up about once a week to fill up a van. Most of the other units either had 1 or 2 people in. As far as Unit 5 was concerned, that Unit 4 was talking about, that Paul was concerned with, there was only 1 person in there in 2021, and occasionally he had another person come in and help him. So that's gone from 10 down to 1 person. So yeah, 12 and a half. We're hoping that every unit will have at least 2 people in it. The cafe might have up to 15 people, and it certainly makes sense that we employ as local people as possible in everything that we do. And that's not just the units. I mean, as far as the food growing around the units is concerned, I'm hoping that we'll have a cow dairy producing milk. That will employ 1 or 2 people. We'll have polytunnels and food growing, so I'm hoping that will employ quite a few more people as well. So the number of people will be growing all the time, I hope, as we build up this local custom. But, and as far as I'm concerned, the more local employees are, the better.
Yeah, so we have no, any more questions? No. Thank you very much. Councillor Howell.
Yeah, just 2 very quick questions, please. First of all, could you tell me, please, with the exception of the village, where do you see the majority of your customers coming from? And approximately, it might well be in this, and forgive me if it is, how many traffic movements or how many customers do you see coming to the actual food hub? Thank you, Chairman.
Well, I'm hoping that a lot of people will come from the village, especially if we can provide produce that's cheaper than Morrison's. But apart from that, I'm hoping a lot of people will come from the Camborne area, so that they won't go in the village at all. And I suppose a few people will come from Cambridge, because what we're doing is quite different to places like Coton and Burwash Manor, in that we want to be all about food and be as locally as possible, and to be telling the whole story of the food. So, but I hope it'll all come from that Camborne Road, where it won't go through the village.
And my second question on approximately how many people do you see using the facilities?
I really, it's unknown almost.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you, John.
Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just following up on Councillor Howell's question, really, because this is going to be part, like food hub, part education place. So in terms of the education side of things, who will be, or what is that area? Who will be that customer?
Okay, well, as I said, I already go to the school every week and teach about food and farming. And whatever we grow at the food park, I want to have a polytunnel at the school and be growing the same kind of produce that hopefully they will use in their kitchen. And we found already that wherever the kids have grown produce, they want to eat it. So they've been proudly taking potatoes to the kitchen, and the dinner lady has gone, oh wow, yeah, fantastic, I'll cook those. And the kids have all wanted to eat them. We then make a video on whatever we've done during the week, we make a video about it, so that other schools can follow. And we'd love to have as many schools come and see what we're doing from all over the country.
It's going to be the supplementary, which is going to get wider, if that's your plan.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Just on top of that, also what we want to do is teach people how to cook, teach people how to use food. We would like to run butchery courses so people understand how to actually make their own sausages, things like that. It would be great to have the opportunity to look at apprenticeships. So butchers' apprenticeships, look at the cafe, the whole hospitality retail side of things. There's a lot of opportunity for people to come and learn and do it in an efficient way, and that's something we're very keen to do.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll now move on to the parish council. There's a representative from the parish council, Mr. Peter Deere. Are you present here? Can I ask you first of all to say that whether you have the approval of the parish council to speak on their behalf?
Yes, I'm the chairman of the parish council, and councillors have agreed that I should speak on this matter to the planning committee.
Thank you.
Are we okay? While appreciating what the food hub might bring to the village, the parish council has long drawn attention to residents' concerns regarding the proposal. Concern about traffic, not from those coming to work on the site, but from the change in use from offices to retail premises. Ellsworth is not big enough to sustain the hub by itself, and it will only be viable if customers can be attracted from outside the village, and the vast majority of visitors will reach the site by car. Of course, that raises concerns about the volume of traffic, the attendant pollution, how the site is accessed, and on-site parking. The numbers visiting are unlikely to be offset by significant reductions in the number of residents visiting local supermarkets for their normal weekly shop because of the limited range of artisan food available. These concerns were recognised by the applicant, who proposed making a second access to the site to lessen the number of vehicles entering the village. However, that proposal has simply been abandoned. This will force all traffic coming from the west to come into the village along Smith Street, which will be the main pedestrian access to and from the food park, but which does not have a footpath within 50 metres of the site. Recent information made available about events is relevant. Conceivably, some events could see several hundred cars being drawn to the village, which would exceed the car parking spaces available. Therefore, as conditions, off-street overspill parking should be identified, and there should be restrictions on the events themselves in terms of the numbers each year, timings, and so on. The planning officer notes in his report that the site is currently poorly connected to Ellsworth Village Centre, and further consideration is safe pedestrian access. To achieve this, extending Brockley footpath is necessary. However, this will do nothing for the majority of residents who will be visiting the hub, or those parking there and walking into the village to get to the community shop, the school, the preschool, or the play area via Smith Street, which, as I've already said, would be taking the traffic coming from Rogues Lane. If a permission is going to be granted, it is respectfully suggested that it is incumbent on the District Council to consider what might be done to make access via Smith Street safer. So in summary, should you be minded to approve the application, the Parish Council will urge you to also consider what might be done by way of mitigation, adopting the proposals for conditioning in the Planning Officer's report, but requiring further consideration to be given to pedestrian safety via Smith Street to the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Do we have any questions for the Parish Council? So, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. You mentioned the safety of pedestrians going from the site to the village, but we've heard earlier from the applicant that people actually park their cars there now. I think that's correct. So how is the pedestrian safety at present when people are using the site to park their cars to access the village school?
Well, the village shop and the sports field has its own car park. What's happening is that some parents are now parking on the business park and walking children to the school because of the problems of accessing the school by vehicle. It's down a narrow road and frequently gets blocked up. But not all parents use it. But I mean, if that continues, of course, you're looking at more pressure on the car parking on the business park itself. And as I say, we're not just looking at people coming to work on the units, we're looking at visitors coming to enjoy the retail opportunity that's going to be provided. And if special events are on as well, it seems, frankly, inconceivable that unless you have overspill parking, the site's going to be able to cope. And on-street parking is not practicable in that area at all.
Councillor Ariel Khan. No, you don't. Okay, sorry. Councillor Howell.
Thank you. Councillor Deere, just one quick question. We were told by the applicant that the vast majority of the residents of Ellsworth are in favour of the actual food hub. Is that your experience?
I think it's very easy to make that claim if you knock on people's doors and say, here's a nice idea, don't you approve of it? And people naturally will tend to turn around and say, oh yes, that sounds quite a nice idea. The fact of the matter is, the parish council held a public meeting back in September a year ago. There was nearly 100 residents turned up. The vast majority of the questions being asked, the points being put, related to the concerns that I've already expressed, particularly about things like traffic, the prospectus that the applicant had put round the village, talking about providing a second access point on Rogues Lane, but as I've said, that's gone out of the window. Talking about support for the village shop. As far as anybody was aware, the chairman of the village shop committee was there and said there'd been no discussions with us about this whatsoever. I mean, there's a difference, I'm afraid, between the aspiration, which I think is laudable for many of the things the applicant wants to do, but the reality in practice. And unless you're there at that meeting and experiencing it, then you're not really getting the full flavour of things, I'm afraid.
Any more questions? Thank you. Now I propose to have a 10-minute comfort break before we go into the debate. So we'll return here at 20 past. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the Planning Committee. We're now into the debate. Councillor Toomey Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is an interesting one. But if I may make a few points. I hear the objectors on the issue of, local shop need versus want, and as, a couple of them mentioned traffic, increasing traffic and all that. But let's not forget, we are a rural community. A lot of us live in villages. Even in my village, I still have to drive up somewhere to get a pint of milk. So one of the things I tend to say to like the RTPIs and the TCPA is you always talk about urban planning. For goodness sake, let's talk about rural planning because we're in a rural area. Now, if I can refer us to paragraph 9.23, I think. Yes, 9.23 on page 23, which refers to paragraph 85 of the MPPF, which says that planning policies and should recognize sites to meet local businesses, community needs in rural areas may have to be found adjacent to or beyond existing settlements. And of course, there's all the rest that goes with it, which means, the issue of traffic, yes, we hear it. Yes, there will be a lot more traffic because it's going to be potentially, if you give planning permission, a shop. But then we expect that in a rural area. Burwash Manor was mentioned, I can't remember by who. I use it from Caldecott. There's this farm up, there are similar places. This is an interesting, as far as I'm concerned, an interesting type of farm shop. And in terms of pedestrian safety, there is a condition on page 36, condition 6, which states that within 6 months of the date of the decision, pedestrian footway link should be, the details of that should be sent in. Now, obviously, that is looking at the safety of pedestrian users as well as car users. There is no objection from highway safety, as far as I can see. But I do take note of 9.6, which says there will be less additional trips to the proposed development. I don't take that. But the fact that there is no objection from highway safety and there is a condition for creating a footpath, I think for me, sort of mitigates that objection. The education side of this, I think, is going to be a very interesting one. And it's going to help those in Ellsworth as well as, hopefully, if we grant a planning permission, could be a much wider audience for that particular side of the proposal. And the applicants are taking a risk anyway. It's their own risk. That's not a planning, that's not for us to determine. But whether it works or not is down to how they work with it and what they do with it. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm tending towards voting for this because it's something that is useful for a rural community. It's not just for Ellsworth. There'll be others from other villages who will find it useful, I think. But thank you.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Question was raised about what the local community felt about this application. It's totally unscientific, but last time I looked at the planning site, there were 31 responses, 24 objections and 7 in favour. I've had 12 individuals email directly to me none of those are in favour. So the supporters are obviously very quiet, let's put it that way. When I reviewed this application, I came up with four areas of concern. The rear entrance to the site, I'm pleased to see that's gone, and the reasons it's gone have been documented. It would have been a potential accident black spot being on a 90-degree bend and screened by trees, so I'm pleased to see that has gone. Parking, I've been convinced there is adequate parking on site for day-to-day business, particularly with the extra parking spaces that the applicant's proposing. However, I do share Parish Councillor Dia's concern over the special events, which are mentioned on item 13 on page 38, for those that haven't found it. We're being asked to review an application for a food hub, not an event venue. I do appreciate that South Cambs licensing would have some control over the nature of these special events, but I think a lot of us have seen the TV coverage of special events at Jeremy Clarkson's site and how those can go horribly wrong, particularly in terms of parking. So that will need to come out before I'd be able to support this application. And yes, traffic. As we've noted, there's minimal scope for active travel. There's no cycle path to the site. Yes, the footpath could be extended, but it's quite a hike uphill for particularly the older members of Ellsworth community. So it would be realistic to assume that practically all customers would come by car. I noticed section 915 talks about 53 vehicle movements, which to me seems unfeasibly low considering we're talking about 9 separate businesses. I guess it would depend on the nature of the business, but I would expect each of those units to require 10 to 20 customers a day to make a profit. And in addition to that, there would be delivery vehicles. I know it's mentioned somewhere that the butcher is coming out of Cambridge, so you can do the sums yourself. That could be up to 200 visitors per day, particularly on busy times, weekends, the Christmas period. And it would be two ways, so you can double that number, 300 to 400. That's a lot of vehicles. Those of you who have visited Ellsworth know that it's reached by 3 country lanes. There's not an A road as there is with Burwash Manor next to it. Those lanes are crumbling for reasons we all know, lack of maintenance, and I hate to think the state they'd be in after a few years of 200 to 300 extra vehicle movements. Beyond that, there's the environmental issues. We have over our door green to our core. We're green to the core if we're inviting 200 to 300 extra vehicle movements a day over country lanes. Personally, I think it's a great idea. It's just the wrong location. It would be great if it was in Camborne or Ellsworth, but Northstowe, but Ellsworth is probably the wrong location for it, and I'm tending to vote against. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Fenn.
Thank you, Chair. I see no others. Thank you, Chair. I see no others wanting to participate. Turns out already I'm wrong. Yes, Chair, I come from a village, represent village Stapleford, where there is a farm shop and also a convenience store. It's a convenience store that doesn't have any benefits of vegetables at below retail prices, and I haven't noticed much in the way of conflict. It is not, of course, a food hub, as we're proposing here. We had some discussion, debate on E14. It's not clear to me whether the employment on this site, the future employment, indeed the past employment, has been overstated or understated, whether the future employment has been understated or greatly overstated. That will become clear only in the future. What is clear is that this is an employment site, And so I'm satisfied that there is not grounds to use E14 as a reason for refusal. I broadly support what Councillor Hawkins said, and I just wanted to address some specific points raised by the objectors. Firstly, the objectors said this was unlawful. It would be unlawful for us to approve this. That is a very serious allegation, which we have to take seriously. It is why we have a senior legal officer here, and I will pause for a moment just in case our senior legal officer wishes to advise us this is unlawful and we should stop consideration.
It is not unlawful nor unsafe for you to take a decision on this matter today. I'm sorry. Another way. It is within your gift to determine this application. The application before you is not unlawful, nor is it unsafe.
Thank you. I thought it was important that allegation having been made to deal with it directly. It was also alleged that that the assessment showed signs of bias. I reject that out of hand. We were asked whether it would be safe to approve this. Having heard the arguments and considered this in relation to all of the relevant aspects of our local plan and the NPPF, yes, I am satisfied it would be safe to approve this. The key planning balance issues are the inevitable increase in car movements. I accept that may well be the case, but of course we have to remember this is already has research and other uses, so it's a question of the extent of the marginal increase. In relation to special events, I'm afraid I don't share concerns about the well-known special events on other open sites. I don't think we're quite in that league. And clearly that is a possibility, but it will be covered by licensing, and I don't see that as a grounds to refuse. There is also a condition in relation to that. So I think that we come back to the key issue, which is the potential impact on Ellsworth Village Shop. And that is very hard to assess. But as I say, there are other examples that we can draw on. The proposals of the applicant to make available below cost produce is interesting, but is not, I fear, a basis on which we can decide this. But I do not see that this is likely to lead to the loss of the village shop in itself, which is an assumption I think was made by the objectors. It might cause harm, but as we've heard, this council has been able to give assistance. The food hub may be able to give assistance and certainly intends to do so. So taking all of that into account, I am inclined to approve this application as recommended.
Councillor Howells. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I have listened carefully and I have read the documents, as we all have, but also I got the added bonus of being copied in to all the emails which have been to and fro in, primarily to my colleague here, who has taken the lead very much on this. I have not received any emails in favour. I might have missed one or two, but I have not received, so I cannot agree with the majority of the village for this particular application. However, the biggest thing that I'm concerned about are the traffic movements. Now, if we do say 53 traffic movements, that's not including employees, but if we do say 53 traffic movements, I think it was said a week, well, if you multiply that up, that's 371 a week, 53 a day, 371 a week, 1,484 a month, 17,000 a year. That's 17,800 actually to be a year. But the biggest thing is, unlike Coton Garden Centre, which has got the shop, and we've also made reference to Burwell, and was also made, we shouldn't forget the one down in Melbourne as well, they are just off the road. They're just off that main way that people go. People will have to make a deliberate, approximately 3.5 miles from Camborne to the village shop. So if you multiply that, and that's 7 miles each way, we're then talking an extra 124,656 miles. So when we look at our own values about reducing traffic movements, we are actually creating a lot of traffic movements over a lot of miles. And that is what my concern is. We're going against our own values with regards to being a green council and reducing our own traffic movements. By accepting this planning application, we're actually going to increase traffic movements a considerable amount. As was said, if this was put in somewhere closer to a main thoroughfare, maybe the 428 or A14 or one of the other A roads, then that would be more suitable. But where it is unsuitable. Also, the true experts here, let's admit it, are not myself or my colleague, Councillor Stanford, with regards to the representing of Ellsworth, but the people of Ellsworth. We've heard from the parish council, we've heard from objectors. We did have a letter read out to us from somebody who was a proposal. I haven't heard of, seen that before. So the people of Ellsworth are also very much against this as well, because it doesn't fit the village environment and what the people want. I'm going to have to move to minded at the moment to vote no to this particular application. The reason being is what I've outlined, and primarily because I can't see how this will be within our values and with the traffic movements that it does. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Wilson.
Sorry.
Thank you. I've listened to all the arguments and I've listened to the objectors and those the applicant. My concern has been about the impact on the village shop, but also, and in some ways I've been reassured by the proposals that the applicant has to help the village shop. But on the other hand, we've heard that some of those discussions haven't yet taken place, so how much can we rely on that? I too am concerned about the traffic movements and the pedestrians, and I can see the benefit of having that food hub with the fresh foods being made available, and the other benefits that the applicant is proposing. But on balance, I think I am going to oppose the application.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll try and keep my comments as brief as I can, because I will cover some ground that other people have covered, so there's no need to go over it in great detail. I just did want to say one thing at the start. We were sent an email yesterday, which was by the Economic Development team. I did just want to put on record that I'm not attaching very much weight to that in planning terms. The email that we were sent yesterday does talk about the proposal aligning ticking boxes from the South Cambs core values. I don't regard the council's political core values as a material consideration, so I'm not attaching much weight to that. I just wanted to put that on record. In terms of things I am attaching weight to, I too am concerned about the traffic impacts of this, and I am not reassured by the data that we've got in the officer's report. So I am concerned about traffic impacts. I think they are likely to be significant and may not be policy compliant. Also concerned about the impact on the village shop, so E22 policy, I won't go over that again. I did want to say one thing though. I am also personally concerned about the compatibility with E23. And of course, the problem with a lot of these policies is they turn on they turn on questions of judgment. But, you know, E23 says planning permission for sale of goods in the countryside will not be granted except for sales on farms or nurseries where the majority of goods are produced on the farm or in the locality. Now, what's the locality? That's the judgment question that we have to decide. But I am not convinced that this application is compatible with that policy, which does say very specifically will not be granted permission except for. There isn't clear, to my mind, evidence in the report and in the documents that a majority of the goods will be produced in the locality, and I interpret locality to mean the near locality, not the east of England or Cambridgeshire, and that seems to my mind to be the clear intention behind the policy. And there's also paragraph 825, which talks about sporadic development in the countryside resulting in unsustainable patterns of development which could harm the vitality and the viability of village centres. So I attach weight to that as well. I'm not convinced that we've been given sufficient evidence to show that this is compatible with policy E23. So I'm leaning towards refusal at this stage.
Thank you. Are there any other people wish to speak?
No, that's
okay, it appears that we're likely to... Sorry, Councillor Redrup.
Thank you, Chair. I've waited to the end, well, near the end, I guess, because I've been trying to listen to everything and try and make a decision. I guess I think I've been leaning towards approve. The environment is very important to me, and so I've been listening to the arguments about traffic. To me, there's perhaps two ways of looking at it. I'm not sure how you balance them. Is that if you have limited facilities in a rural area, then it's taken for granted that there's transport to get out of the village to go and seek goods. And so to me, it's how much does this reduce that? How does that balance against the people coming in to use the facilities? Environmentally, there was also the applicants saying about how they're looking to farm their plot and the values that they have in that farming, and how it sounded like they were coming from an environmental perspective in wanting to maintain their farm and maintain local workers. So I'm just trying to say it doesn't seem a simple argument to me, and it does seem that there are complexities in that. And I'm not sure if we're putting enough weight on providing facilities within a village environment and within a rural environment. So yeah, I think it's a difficult one. I'm on the cusp, but I think I'm just about leaning towards approve.
Thank you. Well, it's clear there's going to be a very divided vote. I think we need to consider what the reasons for refusal, if they were to go refusal, might be. I would ask the advice of the planning officers what they would find the most strongest reasons for refusal if we go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Listening to the debate from members, there's two main issues here really is as I see it and have heard, which is around the retail impacts of a development of this scale in a village of this size, and the nature of the goods for sale in the countryside, and whether they are really being produced locally or not, and whether they're therefore compliant with essentially policies E22 and E23 of the local plan. And the second issue is around the level of traffic impacts from the proposal increase in vehicle movements. I think we need to be clear about what we are saying those impacts are, because there's no objection from the Highway Authority around safety. So what is it the impacts are that are causing that concern for members? Is it a noise and disturbance issue? That's the only thing I can think of initially, that it may well be, rather than necessarily a safety matter. But I don't know if you want to take that back to the committee, Chair.
A question, is the impact upon carbon emissions a viable consideration?
You could use that as a potential issue. I mean, it's not an area where there's an air quality management plan in place, so I'd caution against that issue.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, sorry, Councillor Sanford wishes to speak again.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding highways, I think the main consideration from my point would be damage to the existing road structure. The lanes are so narrow that if two transit vans pass, inevitably one's going to put wheels on the verge, and there'll be damage needs repairing in addition to the existing potholes. So it's more damage than safety.
Is that a material consideration in planning to?
Chair, I think we'd struggle to defend a reason around damage to the highway from vehicle movements. Again, the Highway Authority have not raised that, and they would identify that as a concern if they felt the vehicle movements were so significant that highway improvements were required to cater with the number of vehicles you're talking about.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, with that information, I think it's time we went to a vote. Okay. Oh, sorry. So,
no, it's okay, Chair. Nothing to add.
Sorry, Councillor Howells.
Hawkins.
Right initial.
Thank you very much. We do need to be very careful that this sort of traffic issue is looked at properly and considered properly, as we don't have any objections from highways. So, and I think as has been said, trying to defend anything to do with that will be difficult. The other point is impact on the local shop. Now, bear in mind we had a similar case in Comberton. We refused it. On appeal, it got approved. So we need to be very careful. We refused it because we felt it was going to affect the other shop. So I just thought I'd remind us of that.
Councillor Howells.
We were sort of asked a question, so I feel I should respond to that particular question with regards to the traffic movements. And I'm going to follow up slightly from what my colleague opposite has said with regards to the amount of traffic movements. And I do believe that if this food hub was to go ahead, then the traffic movements from the village, going out to the village, would be negligible to the amount of traffic movements from the outside the village coming in, and not only from Camborne, but Cambridge and the surrounding area. And the impact on that traffic movements in the village, it goes past the village sign, it's in the village, will be quite horrendous for the people in the village. And the impact then on the people in the village would be quite high. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it's in the immunity. That's true, I think.
Do you want me to up and display?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So that would be largely an immunity issue if you wanted a reason for refusal, the impact on the immunity of the village. Okay.
I'll display reasons for refusal.
Sorry?
I can display some reasons for refusal.
Okay, fine. Okay, could you?
On the basis of that.
Yeah, okay. So, potential reasons for refusal are going to be displayed. Okay, hold on a second. Sorry. Yeah. Could you read them out?
Okay, so reason for refusal one, having listened to what the discussion was, I've got as the proposal would provide sales of goods in the countryside, which has failed to demonstrate that the proposal would result in the majority of goods being produced on the farm or in the locality. Furthermore, the proposal would result in a retail development of a scale which is inappropriate to the function and size of the village and would harm the vitality of the Ellsworth village shop, which is not-for-profit organisation providing day-to-day needs for the local community. The proposal is therefore contrary to policies E22 and E23 of the South Cambridgeshire Local Plan 2018. Due to the nature of the use and the site's location without easy access to sustainable travel opportunities, the proposal would result in a substantial increase in car movements, which would have an adverse impact upon the character of Ellsworth due to the unacceptable levels of noise and disturbance upon nearby residents, contrary to policies E17, TI2 and HQ1 of the South Cambridgeshire Local Plan 2018.
Thank you. Now, think it's now time to go for a vote.
Can we please agree via the committee that if the application is to be refused, that we are content that these are the reasons?
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
Sorry.
And would you be? Yes, sir.
You need a proposer and seconder.
Sorry, okay. So I need a proposer and go to the vote. I need a proposer and seconder. So Councillor Howell's proposing, Councillor Williams second. You just before that, we want to. Are you happy that these, were it to be refused, these reasons for refusal will be okay? Sorry. Is the proposal to go to the vote or to refuse the application? We need to know what we're voting for.
I understood, Chair, that we were advised by Democratic Services that we needed a proposer and a seconder to put the reasons for refusal on the table. So that's what I was proposing. So that's what I understood Democratic Services to be requesting.
Okay.
Seconding, sorry.
Are you all happy? Can I do it by affirmation that you're happy?
Sorry, Chair, through you. Councillor Howell, would you like to put your proposal to the floor, please?
Thank you very much indeed. Chairman, members, what is written in front of us there, I would like to put forward as the reason to refuse the application. Should it go that way, the vote go that way.
And Chair, again through you. So, Councillor Howell, your proposal is to refuse the application contrary to the officer's recommendation.
That is correct.
Well, that's a different thing.
We have a proposal to refuse. We now move to a vote.
No. Okay. A proposal to refuse. We move to the vote. If you're voting, sorry, Councillor Hawkins.
I'm sorry, Chair, but this seems to be a different way of working. Why are we doing this? All we need to know is, if we go to refusal, those are the reasons. We either agree with them or we don't. This is not a proposal for refusal. It's a proposal for this is what the refusal reasons will be.
Chairman, may I suggest we go to the vote first and then we look at the refusal?
I think we need to decide what we're voting on. The first thing we need to, as I understand it, and we are voting first of all that if the proposal is refused, these are the reasons for refusal, and then we will go to a second vote to decide whether we're going to refuse or not. So. Can I first have can I go by affirmation that you're happy with these as a reason for refusal, should the proposal be refused? Okay. Can you, Councillor Hawkins, can you explain? You don't
agree with those reasons.
So refuse. Okay. Would you like to explain?
To a vote.
Sorry.
We now move to a vote.
We'll vote on these reasons for refusal, first of all. Okay, should it go to be refused? And then we will vote upon whether we refuse the application or not. Okay, can we go to a vote? For clarity, we're voting purely upon whether you accept these reasons for refusal, should the application be refused. So if you're voting in favour, you're accepting the these reasons. If you're voting against, you're voting against these reasons, and you would propose different reasons were it to be refused.
Apologies, so I will get the results up on screen in 1 second, but just for clarity, a green vote of yes is a vote to agree with the proposed reasons for refusal. A red vote is to reject those reasons for refusal.
The reasons for refusal are accepted, are approved. So would it be refused? Well, application. Now we need to go to the vote. Do I need another?
I propose that we now
move to a vote,
having accepted the reasons for refusal.
refusal. Your second, okay. So now we go to reasons to a vote. Just to clarify, if you vote in favour, you're voting to approve the application. If you're voting against, you're voting to refuse the application. Okay.
I do apologise, we are having some slight technical difficulties with the voting. If you just bear with me 1 second, I will get it sorted. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, everyone. That vote is now live.
There's somebody who hasn't voted still? Oh, sorry, that's okay, fine. Okay. The application is approved. We'll have another 5-minute break now before we start the next application. Thank you very much indeed. And I We're now going to consider application 22-00051 for a solar farm at Lordsbridge in Barton Road in Barton. It's an application for the installation of a 30.457 megawatt hours per annum, 30,000 for 4.57 megawatt hours per annum solar farm and associated infrastructure on land to the east of Lord's Bridge, Barton, for an operational lifespan of 40 years. Departure application, because it's in the green belt with special consideration. We can consider this. The recommendation is for approval, but because it's in the subject to conditions, because it's in the green belt, any approval will be referred to the Secretary of State. Charlotte Spencer is the presiding officer. Councillor Richard Williams, as previously commented, is because he's an employee of the applicant, is withdrawing from this application, from considering this application and won't be present during the consideration. Charlotte, could sorry, okay, Charlotte, would you present the application, please?
Hi, afternoon, Chair. Can you just confirm you can hear me okay and you can see my presentation?
Loud and clear, thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, this is an application for a solar farm on land to the east of Lordsbridge on Barton Road. The application is at committee as it's a departure from the local plan and there are special policy considerations. Just have a quick update for you. Since the publication of the report, it's since been considered there should be 2 additional conditions attached if members are minded to approve. The first of these states that the inverters to be used for the development hereby permitted shall follow the specifications in accordance with the details specified within the Ingicon SunPower Dual B series technical details, unless otherwise agreed in writing by the local planning authority. And the second of which states that the substations to be used for the development hereby permitted shall not be installed until the details of their appearance have been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The development shall thereafter be carried out in accordance with the approved details. The reasons for both of these is for the avoidance of doubt in the context of their appearance in relation to the wider development and the requirements of policy HQ1 of the local plan. So just to explain the location, it's approximately here in relation to Cambridge. The site compromises 36.4 hectares of agricultural fields located to the west of Barton Road. It is approximately 1,500 metres south of Barton and 900 metres north of Haslingfield. To the east lies Lordsbridge Observatory, which partially splits the application site into a northern and southern section. To the south lies Brook Farmhouse, which is a Grade 2 listed building. A small part of the westernmost part of the site lies within flood zones 2 and 3. The Lordsbridge Observatory is a county wildlife site. Along the north of the site runs a public right-of-way bridleway. The whole site falls within the Cambridge Greenbelt and is classified as Grade 3A agricultural land, which is good quality and categorised as best most versatile land. So this is just showing an aerial photograph of the site. The site is mostly open, with exception to one small copse of trees and a short length of hedgerow present in the central part of the site. The eastern boundary is formed by Barton Road and there is a mixture of hedges along this boundary. The hedges vary in size, but there are some areas which are open which allow for wide views across the site. The public right-of-way runs behind a strong mature hedge line. A brook forms part of the southern boundary, beyond which lies an access track to Brook Farm. However, the remaining part of the boundary is entirely open as it cuts through a large field. The western edges up here are formed by a mixture of young woodland and thick hedges with some open area. The land across the site is level. Just explaining the proposal. So the application is seeking permission for the installation of a solar farm. The electricity created would be supplied privately to the university. An application for a pipeline will be submitted separately. So ground-mounted solar panels would be installed across the site. 5 inverter stations would be installed throughout the site. There's one here, 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 and here. And then 2 substations would be located in close proximity to the welfare area, which is one here and then one down here. This is just showing the sections of the solar panels and an image of the proposed inverter. The panels would have a maximum height above ground of 2.67 meters. Bear with me, sorry. So new landscaping would be added to the site as shown by this plan. It might be difficult to read what these small sections here say, so I'll just read them out. So here, pointing to here, states that a buffer of at least 10 meters along Longbrook and the arrays. Over here it states that fields will be sown with wildflower grass mix around and below the solar panels. There's a 5-meter buffer from the ditch, which is down here. This is showing new thicket planting along here and then also down here. And they're going to a new hedgerow here added for additional screening. Along here, they're going to reinforce the hedgerow and manage at 3 meters. Down in the south, there'll be a buffer of at least 5 meters to protect waterfowl habitats. Plan is to reinstate former field boundaries with native hedgerows. And along here, new hedgerow planted to broadly follow historic field patterns. This is just showing the proposed landscape sections, as well as a typical image of the 2-meter high deer fence, which will go around the boundary of the site. So a new access would be created from Barton Road, and this is demonstrated by these plans, and these also show the swept path analysis. This is a detailed plan of the welfare area. It contains generators, stores, contractor facilities and parking. The orange section to the north would be a hard standing area with one of the substations, and then you can partially see the second substation just to the south here. So the next few slides are showing the key views as agreed between the applicant and the landscape officer. The views show the existing, which would be at the top, year 1 and year 15. Just cover the close-up views firstly. So this is key view 7. It's from the southern boundary near Brook Farmhouse looking northwest. So this is view 19, which is here. It's the view from Barton Road at the entrance to the access track to Brook Farm, and it's looking northwest. So this is view 20, and it's a view from one of the gaps within the hedgerow along Barton Road, looking southwest. And this is view 22 here, so it's showing the view from the gap in the hedgerow along the bridleway, and it's looking southwest. So moving to the further away views, so this is from number 14, which is here. It's from a public footpath and is looking northeast. Just to show, they're also pointing out radio telescope here and demonstrating the approximate extent of the site. So view 15 is again looking from a public footpath and is looking north. View 16 is also from a public footpath and again looking north. And they're showing the approximate extent of the site. And finally, view 17, again from a public footpath, and it's looking northeast. And in these views, you can spot the observatory here. So the material considerations are renewable energy, loss of agricultural land, inappropriate development within the greenbelt, biodiversity, visual appearance and landscape impact, impact on heritage assets, residential amenity, and highway safety. So looking at the planning balance, first of all, looking at the summary of the harm, there would be a loss of best and most versatile land. However, this is temporary, and the applicants have provided a sequential test demonstrating that this site is the best option for the needs of the applicant. The loss of arable food production in 3.5 fields would have a minor impact on food security. There would be some harm to the landscape character, however, this would be limited to the site itself and immediate surrounding areas. In addition, this can be mitigated over time by landscaping. Inappropriate development is by definition harmful to the greenbelt. It's considered that the proposal would result in substantial harm to the spatial openness of the greenbelt and moderate harm in terms of visual openness. Paragraph 147 of the NPPF states that inappropriate development is by definition harmful to the greenbelt and should not be approved except in very special circumstances. So turning to the benefits, the applicant has provided a case for very special circumstances. In terms of reduction of carbon emissions, the applicant states that the solar farm would create 26% of the university's consumption, which would reduce carbon emissions by 14,860 tonnes of carbon dioxide. In terms of biodiversity net gain, the submitted assessment has concluded there will be a net gain of 184% and 173 biodiversity units. In terms of research benefits, the university is a world-renowned educational institution, and they aim to provide an example of what is achievable. It is argued that the development will provide an opportunity to develop green technology, as well as research and teaching resources. And finally, economic benefits. There will be the provision of jobs for the construction and decommissioning of the solar farm, but this would be temporary, so only limited weight. Officers recommend approval, subject to the planning conditions as per the officer report and the additional conditions mentioned earlier in the presentation, along with confirmation from the Secretary of State as to whether they wish for the application to be called in for determination. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We now come to questions for the of clarification of the officer. Have I got any questions, please? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions, if that's all right. I noticed in the year one photographs those young trees with covers on them, and I wondered, after what we've seen happening on the A14, whether there would be plans in place to require those trees to be looked after properly so they do grow and so we do get the results seen in the photographs for the later years. And said that this was the only viable option. I just wondered how many other options have been considered. And also, we were told that this would provide 26% of the energy for the University of Cambridge. How do we define the University of Cambridge? Because is it the Central University? Is it the colleges? Is it what does that 26% encompass? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have attached a landscaping condition for a kind of landscape management and maintenance plan, which so that should cover any replacement of trees which have been damaged. So the information regarding the options available, that was more written within the agricultural loss of land. The applicant provided a statement with a list of sites which were in their ownership and of an adequate size to house a solar farm that would provide this much energy. And it demonstrates that this was the best site, as other sites, I think all were within the green belt. Other sites had higher levels of agricultural land classification, so grade 2. And they had also stated that rooftops within existing university buildings are they're looking at currently adding to those if they do not already have them. And they stated the university does not own any brine field sites capable of a solar farm of this size. Unfortunately, I'm probably not the best person in position to explain what the definition of the University of Cambridge is to answer that last question, I'm afraid.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, on its own, solar farm is no use at all. There need to be pylons and cabling to take the electricity to Cambridge. I didn't see any obvious space on the site where a pylon might be erected. Can you clarify the situation with onward transmission of power, please?
The connection to the University of Cambridge will be dealt with under a separate application, so no details of that have been submitted as part of this application.
Can I have clarification that in terms of assessing this application, the other application of access to Cambridge is not a material matter to consider?
Yes, through you, Chair, that's correct.
Sorry, please. Councillor Redborough.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering, do biodiversity calculations take into account the temporary nature of the application, and would any of the improvements be expected to be maintained after the 40 years lifetime of the solar farm?
So the decommissioning condition does actually refer to biodiversity mitigation methods. So that would be considered when they come in with that information regarding their decommissioning plan.
Any Councillor Hanley.
Thank you. I just want to get this straight in my head. We're being asked to approve this, but not to consider how the electricity is going to be taken from this plant to its ultimate destination. So it could be a load of pylons for all we know, which wouldn't go down well. So if we were to approve this and then subsequently find a load of pylons that we are going across, I don't think that would be very popular, frankly. Is that normal? I'm sorry, I'm showing my lack of knowledge here, but is it normal?
I would ask a comment from Phil McIntosh.
Through you, Chair, I think it just does depend on the nature of the application you're being asked to deal with. Obviously, if you're going into the grid normally, then I would expect that that accessibility is fairly local to the site and may well be less problematic. In terms of how this is proposed, I don't know if that detailed work has been looked at in terms of the connectivity at this point. I mean, that may be a question for the applicants who I think due to speak. But we're not being asked to consider the issue of connectivity with this application. If that, well, obviously when that comes forward and that were to come to planning committee, you would consider visual impacts if that was an issue as part of that that application.
Sorry, Councillor Howell.
Chairman, I'm new to planning, but I do find it incredulous that on the last application, how people got there and from there was the whole big part of the debate, and yet it's not on this one. So I can't see why we can't, that is not connected to the actual application, because my view may change entirely if the cabling is discrete as opposed to not so much.
We deal with the situation as it is. It's a quasi-legal process. We're dealing with the application that is before us. Therefore, we have to deal with that situation. I'm sorry, that's the advice we have been given by our officers. We take care, please take note of it.
Just a small question. With regards to the actual agricultural land, what type is it, please?
In terms of the classification?
Yes, please. I've just been told, but I mean, please carry on.
Okay. It is grade 3A classification.
Have we any further questions? Thank you very much. We have no speakers. We have no speakers objecting to the application. We do have the applicant to speak, so is Dr. Jonathan Guy and Professor Emily Schuppert, are they available? Can you have, just to remind you, you have 3 minutes to speak. We normally, I will stop you to ask you to finish your sentence if you reach the 3 minutes. So please put your points clearly and succinctly. I'm looking forward to hear you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So climate change is among the most pressing problems facing humanity, and the University of Cambridge recognises its responsibility to use its position as one of the world's foremost academic institutions to take a leading role in decarbonising the global economy. The UK is committed to reach net zero emissions by 2050 with a 68% reduction in emissions by 2030. And the University of Cambridge has adopted science-based targets for carbon reduction. In fact, it was the first university to do so. And that commits the university to reducing its energy-related carbon emissions to absolute zero by 2048, with an ambition to do so by 2038. The solar farm proposal in front of you is a really important component of that ambitious decarbonisation plans. And as you've heard, it would generate approximately 30 gigawatt hours per year. The development would be on relatively low-grade agricultural land within Greenbelt. But we suggest that it does meet the very special circumstances provision that means that it should nevertheless be allowed. In particular, there are considerable wider environmental benefits from the substantial contribution to decarbonisation, both directly and, as you've heard, in terms of the wider indirect benefits delivered by the associated teaching and research at the university. The development will also reduce the stress on the regional electricity grid, which is substantial, by taking the equivalent of energy to more than 7,500 homes off the system, thereby freeing it up for domestic use. Measures to improve biodiversity of the land, for example, as you've heard, through the introduction and maintenance of wildflower meadows on the site, will also provide additional environmental benefits, increasing pollinators such as bees, for example. Detailed considerations have also been given to the broader impact of the development, including, as you've heard, mitigating the visual impacts with tree planting, but also using cradle-to-cradle sustainable solar panels as part of the development. The development's a temporary one, designed to be in place for 40 years, with the site being returned to agricultural land thereafter. And just a note, because it's came up in some of the questions, the intention is for a private wire to be buried to bring the energy to the university. So in summary, we believe that the development would present a strong positive contribution to the region and therefore should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak as well, Dr. Guy?
No, I have nothing more to add there. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Have you, councillors got questions of the applicant? Councillor Bedra.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered what you meant by cradle-to-cradle solar panels, please.
Yes, certainly I can answer that for you. There are a number of certifications that are available to describe the sustainability in its broadest terms of products that are for sale in the market. Many of them, alas, are a fair significant amount of greenwash to them. We've looked quite carefully at a number of different certification processes. The cradle-to-cradle certification process is one which is both transparent, is auditable, and meets the objectives of the university's sustainability strategy. So therefore, we can use those to ensure that not only are the materials that the panels are made from are fully recyclable, can be used in intended purposes. We know that the energy used to produce them is net zero, that the manufacture of those panels does not involve significant damage to air, soil or water phases, so essentially discharges to water or land or air, and that the manufacturing process employs people who are treated fairly within their employment rights and their health and safety provisions. So that's why we make a choice to use those panels rather than others that have less good performance on those standards.
Okay, Councillor Wilson, please.
I'll repeat my question that I put to the officer. You've put forward that this will cover 26% of the university's consumption of power, and obviously the university has varied sites, varied buildings, varied institutions. What does that 26% represent, please?
Yeah, maybe I can answer that question. So that 26% is 26% of the energy requirements of the university itself, which means the university and its academic departments, rather than the colleges. So that's the difference between the two. And the requirements, the energy requirements of the university itself are particularly substantial given the research nature of the university.
So would that also include sites like the Northwest Cambridge site and those other sort of out-of-city sites as well?
Yes, it does. So it includes all of the main teaching and research campuses of the university. So the West Cambridge campus, Sidgwick, the new museum site, you know, all those normal ones which you would associate with the teaching activities and research activities of the universities are included within that 26% that we described there, that this solar panel would replace, this solar farm would replace the energy consumption of.
Okay, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, the equivalent of your 30,457 megawatts in terms of buildings, number of buildings or average homes, what is that?
So it's the equivalent of more than 7,500 homes. The annual energy that would be produced is equivalent to the annual energy used by more than 7,500 homes. And as I mentioned, that's important because there's a real strain on the local energy grid, and especially as we're moving to more electrification. And by taking that off and into a private supply to the university through this solar farm, we'd be releasing the stress on the regional electricity grid, and that is an important consideration.
Thank you for that. And my second question is the selection of this particular site. Can you tell us how you came about this one? Because of course, the university has lots of land.
Yes,
Why
yes.
this?
Okay, yes. So that's a very sensible question. So we looked at a number of sites across the university's land holdings where we needed to be able to identify a site that was large enough to support a significant development. That we were able to ensure that we would be able to take the energy from that site back to the university, and that was not going to significantly impact the quality of land that was used. And so therefore, the other sites which we looked at all had much higher quality agricultural land, and so this made sense from a number of those perspectives, so that we were doing it on the lowest grade land that we were in ownership of, that it had the easiest links or easier links to our university campus, and that we minimised, if you like, our effect in the broadest term on the environment. So they were the considerations we gave it. So this is of those sites given the most, especially from an impact on agricultural land quality.
Thank you very much. If I may, Chair, just one more. Your community engagement was lacking from what I've read here. Can you clarify that, please? Why didn't you engage with the community properly?
I think that's a reasonable question. A lot of it was caught up within COVID and the communications that went on there. And so we were unable to come out and talk to people in the way which we normally would. And unfortunately, a letter that came from one of the residents got lost in the joys of the university's communication system, but we have subsequently engaged with those people more recently, and we'll be going out to visit them the next month to discuss further. There were other particular residents who we've spoken to, and we've been out to discuss the implications of the development on their property and issues that they had raised, and we believe that those have now been brought to a satisfactory conclusion.
Thank you. If I may, you realise that there is this them and us thing with the university and the rest of Cambridge. You really should do better.
Yes, we're hearing you there.
Thank you. Now, I have a question. You say that you'll reduce the pressure on the network, but the solar farm will predominantly produce in the maximum in the summer and least in winter, when then pressure on the network is highest. So how do you propose to alleviate that? Are you proposing storage links elsewhere, battery storage elsewhere? How do you plan to actually reduce the network at the peak periods, which after all is the most important from an electrical supply point of view?
Well, exactly, and that's a reasonable question to ask, and is endemic with any application for renewables. What we're particularly able to do with this application is look to see if we can use the science techniques and science capabilities and research capabilities of the university to look at storage facilities in order for us to be able to store and release energy at a more minimal time to reduce load on the grid. So that would be particularly important around diurnal changes, where we would be able to do that, sort of taking in energy and then releasing it at greater times when the demand is highest. Grid.
Councillor Redrup, the second time.
Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to follow up. You mentioned that the cradle-to-cradle solar panels were made with more recyclable materials. I think we've heard in the media that recycling solar panels is going to become a massive problem. So I just wondered what you were doing to address that, please.
Exactly. Well, that's precisely why we'd chosen to look at different certification schemes for the panel choice. And so those are the ones where we're using if you like, an auditable and transparent quality certification process. We are able to understand what the recycling capabilities of those panels are. In actual fact, for these panels, I believe that they are if you like, there's a level of certification that goes from 5 levels go from bronze up to platinum. These are silver graded panels, so it means a significant proportion of their material is returned back to its intended purpose, which is the whole point, as we know, of circular economy, is to try and keep materials held at their existing use, and that's why we propose to use these panels.
Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to invite a comment on something that was drawn to our attention by the communities team. This is at paragraph 652 in our papers. Many solar farms provide community benefit funds to host communities. It doesn't say that this one doesn't, but and furthermore, it's not a material consideration, but I wondered whether you might want to comment on that.
Yes, we had considered whether there was an ability to provide those sorts of benefits. Unfortunately, for us to provide that, we would have to become an energy supplier in our own right as a university, as you know, any other energy company, and that's obviously not within the bounds of the university's normal activities, and we wouldn't wish to start to work in that space. So that's why we haven't done the work that perhaps the approach that some other solar panel farms might propose to operate in.
Okay, there's 2 more questions, then I propose that we go to a debate. Okay, Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if the university representatives can explain why they're referring to this as a 40-year project, temporary project. Isn't the reality this will become a permanent site, given the need for electricity won't go away after 40 years?
The approach there is based initially on our business case approach to say, how long do we think we need to do this development for, so that we can understand whether it's financially viable. The point is to make it 40 years in period, so we understand that we can deliver the programme or the project, and it will work. So therefore, it will be, that's our approach, our business case approach to the project at the moment, is to say that we will do it for a period of 40 years, because that allows us to demonstrate to ourselves and to others that the project is viable.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I was just wondering, is the land being farmed at present, and if so, by whom? Does this mean that is it rented or tenanted, or will someone be evicted? That's really my question.
Yes, yeah, you are correct. There, it is currently tenanted by a university tenant.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Now we'll move to the debate. Has anybody, do any of the councillors wish to speak on the debate? Yeah, with Councillor Redrup as local member.
Thank you, Chair. I obviously think that providing solar energy is very important, and so I've been looking at this with interest. As local member, I have heard concerns from neighbouring residents, and so I was very pleased to hear that there has now been communication with them, which I hope is what the university people meant, because they were concerned about lack of consultation, as raised by Councillor Hawkins. Sorry, I've lost my spot. I have a few questions that I'd be grateful for help with from the officer, I guess, particularly around the level of impact on the conservation assets, the heritage assets, because the officer said that there was an impact on the grade 2 listed heritage property. And I just wondered if there was any explanation they could give on that. And I was wondering about conditions, and if it was possible to add any conditions about the solar panels being effectively recycled at the end of their lifetime. Also, if there was any issues with solar glare on neighbouring residents, if that could be remedied and added as a condition. I think there's currently a condition about impact on the highway, but not about impact on neighbours. And lastly, I just wondered why the biodiversity monitoring plan was for 30 years rather than 40 years, and that's for the officer as well. Thank you.
So these are basically questions for the officer. Can we have any comments on that?
I'll ask Charlotte if she wants to come back on those points, if that's okay, initially.
Right, thank you, Chair. So in terms of the BNG, the 30-year is the requirement of the Environment Act. But I do believe that it would not be unreasonable to change that to 40 years because that's for the length of the time that the solar farm would be in place. I'm sure Phil can disagree if he thinks that that's the case. Glinton glare. So they have submitted a Glinton glare study. And since actually they submitted the study, they have removed some of the closest panels to Brook House. And the impact of the Glinton glare to the house will be dealt with by additional landscaping, which is covered under the landscaping condition. And I've gone completely blank on your other two questions. I'm sorry. Just repeat yourself there.
I believe there was one on whether there could be a condition on the solar panels being effectively recycled at the end of their lifetime.
Yes, and it was conservation. So in terms of conservation, the conservation officer's comments are available online, and they mention that because the main elevation of the listed building is actually to the south, whereas the solar farm will be to the north, that reduced the impact. And they acknowledge that the setting would change, but not significant enough because farmland changes over time, and they believe that it would not have any greater impact. And it would also be mitigated by landscaping. And in terms of the recycling, so again, there's the decommissioning condition. Just find the current wording of that. So they would, no less than 1 year prior to the expiry of the permission, need to submit a decommissioning plan. And at the moment, the condition requires they detail how the equipment is to be removed from the site and how the land is returned to its former condition. But I do not feel that it would be unreasonable to add so that it shall detail how the equipment is to be removed and disposed of, if that would work for you. Thank you.
Yeah, could we say instead of disposed of, or recycled or repurposed, or perhaps there's some better wording there that we could find if anyone has any suggestions?
Yeah, through you, Chair, we can pick up that point in as part of that condition to mention recycling.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fane. Wait, before you go, I would like to ask the applicants to please remove your video so that we don't get distracted about who we're talking to. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We're in the debate. I can say that I am fully persuaded of the benefits of this scheme. There are, however, some other factors to be considered. There is the fact that this is green belt land, and of course, on that point, it is possible that the Secretary of State may take a view. I wanted to focus on the land quality question. I wouldn't accept this is relatively low-grade land. This is 3A, which is best and most versatile land. And we face potentially a food security crisis as well as an energy security crisis. However, I do accept that I think the written ministerial statement of 2015 is still relevant, that any proposal for a solar farm involving BMV agricultural land would need to be justified by the most compelling evidence. And so the question is, has that been proven? Clearly, meeting a quarter of the university's demand is important. I think that was expressed in terms of the energy requirement of 7,500 houses, which is evidently very significant. We're also required to take account of this being restricted to a 40-year period, whether or not some of us think it might continue after that. And I do take account of the fact that there's a sequential test which showed that in relation to other land which might be considered, this is relatively relatively low value, and I assume that's what Professor Shuckburgh probably meant in saying this is relatively low grade. So, taking into account those factors and the possibility that the Secretary of State may take an interest in it being inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, otherwise inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, I'm very inclined to support and vote to approve this application.
Sorry. Councillor Howell.
No, very quick, I didn't expect it. Thank you very much. Chairman, I'm minded not to support this because I see this as an industrialisation of the Green Belt. And until I see a solar panel on every south-facing roof in Cambridge University, and also Parker's Police, and also Jesus Green covered in solar panels, because why not? That's rubbish land there. That's not land that can ever be used for agricultural purposes. I can't see why we have to spread out into the countryside, into prime green belt area. Yes, it is grade 3A, but you know, there are other areas which we can put these solar panels first. And therefore, I do struggle to see why we should accept this application. And therefore, unless somebody says anything different, I am minded not to support it. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst I hear Councillor Howell's viewpoint, I don't believe that the individual installation of solar panels on buildings will actually give the level of quantity of electricity that is required to meet the same objective. Having said that, of course, yes, you know, this is a growing area and it's only going to get, we're only going to require more electricity as we go electric. And in some ways, we have utility provisions in the Green Belt. And there is, you know, we've looked at the balance of this provision outweighs the harm to the Green Belt, in my view. But at the end of the day, Secretary of State might decide otherwise. But I am minded to support this application. Thank you.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to solar panel versus agricultural land, I'm not convinced it's a binary choice. There's a application going through Huntingdonshire at the moment for a solar farm just off the A428 near Croxton. They're seriously talking about whether it be feasible to graze sheep under the solar panels. I'm sure, given the massed intellect of the university, they can come up with crops that could be grown in the shade if they're not minded to graze sheep. But other than that, I think this application has merit. Thank you.
Councillor Fane.
Chairman, I was going to say that since there are no other speakers, and I've been proven wrong every other time I've said that, since there are no other speakers, I'm going to propose that we now move to a vote on the recommendation before us. I don't know whether I have a seconder for that. I do.
Okay. We move to a vote on the application. If you're voting to approve, if you're voting for, we're voting to approve the application. If you're voting against, you're voting to refuse the application. And so we'll have to go to the vote now and see what...
Two additional conditions.
Sorry, with the two additional conditions that were discussed. It's a vote in favour is with the two additional conditions. Okay. Wait a minute. Have we all... So, to do with recycling and to do with
We're in the vote.
yeah, okay, sorry. We're sorry. There's what? Has everybody voted? 1, 2, 3.
7, 8, 9.
There's one person not voted. You haven't. Sorry, you haven't. Have you pressed the blue? Okay. Okay, the application is approved. Thank you. I now propose to stop for lunch. I'm going to allow a 40-minute break because there's some people, to make sure they have adequate time, some people haven't brought their lunch. And we'll be back at 20 to 2, okay? Well, welcome back to Planning Committee. We're now item 7 on the agenda. Land north of 39A Station Road, West Whistlesford. Application 23/0155150. Demolition of existing buildings, creation of an access road from Station Road West, and construction of a residential development of 48 number residential units together with associated landscaping, car and cycle parking and refuse storage. So application before us because it's a departure application from the normal accepted number of dwellings in a small settlement of that size. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions and completion of a section 106 agreement. The presenting officer is Katie Christodoulides, and I'd ask you please to present to us the application. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Chair. Right, the application is at land north of 39 Station Road, West Whittlesford. It's for demolition of the existing buildings, creation of an access road from Station Road West, and construction of residential development of 48 residential units together with landscaping, car and cycle parking and refuse storage. The site lies within the development framework of Whittlesford Bridge and comprises of 1.27 hectares of brownfield site. The site is bounded to the north and west by agricultural land in the green belt, and to the east lies the Cambridge to London railway line. To the south lies Whittlesford Road West, comprising of residential, Whittlesford Road, Whittlesford Parkway Station and the village vet practice. The site is currently vacant as a number of former uses, including the scrapyard. The site lies within flood zone 1, low risk, and is heavily contaminated due to its previous uses. So the two photographs at the top show kind of the existing site and its condition, and then this bottom photograph shows the existing bungalow, which forms 39A, which is to be demolished to allow the vehicular access to the site off of Station Road West. So this photograph, which is, or two photographs, which is cited, shows a site within the site. You can see kind of various land levels, ground levels, the sloping banks at the sides. There's another site photographs there showing the situation. So this is taken from the LVIA document. The top photograph shows is taken from Whittlesford Bridge over the railway line and shows the site, which is heavily screened by the current trees. The bottom photograph is CGI, which just shows what the development would look like. So you've got properties here and then there. And some more long distance views, which shows the proposal from Duxford Road, so the existing situation, and then the proposed, what it would look like, and then from the A1301 in Sawston, which is north of the roundabout, the A505, looking southwest. There's a long planning history for the site in which outline consent was granted in 2018 for the redevelopment of the site for residential use, with all matters reserved. Subsequently, the reserved matters applications for 67 residential units and a full planning application for 8 residential units, which were refused in 2022 by a planning committee on the grounds of visual impact, harm to landscape and greenbelt, and harm to the amenity of future occupiers of the development. So this screen on the left shows the refused site plan, which was for the application for 67 units. There is currently, just for members to note, a live planning appeal for this reserved matters application. And then on the right is the scheme that we're looking at today, which is a full application for 48 units comprising 20 dwellings and 28 apartments. landscaping, car and cycle parking and refuse storage. Since the refused reserve matters application, the application has reduced the number of units down and the density. The houses and the blocks are sited around a central green space here, and the houses are reorientated appropriate to the character of the area. The blocks of flats, which these two blocks here, have been reduced to 2, and there's a large central landscape square here, and the distances have increased. Further trees and landscaping has been added to the boundaries, which has softened the boundaries, and also the materials have been softened to the design. You can see the access road here, which comes off of Station Road West. So it says CGI here, just showing what the proposed development would look like. You've got the railway line here, and then Station Road West, which lies along here. So this is elevations of floor plans for Block B, which is sited here, which is 3 stories in height, would be 9.4 metres. And Block C, which is here, which is similar height. And then for the elevations of floor plans for the houses along here. Further elevations for those ones, and then finally for the semi-detached houses along here. Got floor plans as well. The proposal will provide for 94 car parking spaces, comprising of 48 spaces in the basement. This is a plan showing the basement, which is accessed off of the access road. And this basement would be sited under the block of flats B and C. It also include 5 accessible spaces. Then the on-site car parking, each individual dwellings will have 20 spaces, well, there'll be 20 spaces for the dwellings, which will be in garages, and then 26 surface spaces. Just to note that on the committee report, the proposal won't provide 31 visitor spaces as stated in the report. And then the proposal meets kind of cycle parking requirements as well. Just for members to note as well that in regard to the committee report, paragraph 8.83 under car parking, the proposal falls slightly short of EV charging points. Therefore, it's recommended to members, should approval be sought today, that a condition gets added in regards to that. So that's the wording of the condition, just requiring an electric vehicle charging scheme. Further CGI is just showing what the proposal would look like in the site. So the proposal would result in net gain of 22.62% for habitats and 19.6% for hedgerows, so it would be in accordance with policy NH14. So there'd be hedgerows and fully landscaped scheme within the site, communal kind of open space and play structure. Proposal is not considered to result in landscape harm. Sustainability, the scheme would maximise massing of position of units to south facing, improve the fabric beyond compliance with Part L building regs, air tightness, natural ventilation and low energy lighting, and electrical appliance, and result in a 54% reduction in carbon emissions, ensure that it's no more than 110 litres of water per person per day. So a number of contributions which are sought as part of the Section 106. No affordable housing is proposed on site. A viability study was submitted by the applicant, in which it was reviewed by an independent assessor, BNP Paribas Real Estate. Since the committee report was published, further comments by this independent assessor, BNP Paribas Real Estate, have been received in regard to the applicant's viability appraisal. BNP Paribas Real Estate had requested further information in regards to remediation costs and benchmark land value from the applicant. This was received, and BNP Paribas Real Estate have come back stating that the scheme with 100% market housing would produce a surplus of 234,000 against the viability benchmark. As a result, commuted sum for affordable housing of the surplus of this figure will be sought as a planning obligation through Section 106 agreement. As part of that Section 106 agreement, a review mechanism is also proposed following completion of the remediation works and site clearance. So the main considerations are the proposal conflicts with S10 of the local plan. However, given the planning history, the reduction in the number of dwellings, the reuse of a brownfield site in the village framework, on balance, the proposal is considered acceptable. Affordable housing will be a commuted sum sought through the Section 106. The design is a high quality design that respects the surroundings and the character of the area. High risk safety would result in the provision of safe access in accordance with policy. Neighbourability, acceptable relationship with the neighbouring properties, on-site biodiversity net gain for habitats and hedgerows, and the proposal would provide positive impact on landscape and visual amenity of the area. And it just summarises again the material considerations there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now we move on to questions from councillors. Have you got any questions?
I think Councillor Wilson
indicated.
Thank you, Chair. Are we convinced the garages are actually large enough to accommodate a motor car? We've had a few instances recently where the garages have been minimalist, to put it politely, and there isn't a lot of overspill parking space proposed on the side.
Yeah, we consider them to be sufficient space.
Councillor Wilson.
So I thought there were other hands up before me. I've noticed, looking at the apartment block, that many of the apartments only have one windows at one end, so there's no possibility of a through draft. So what is proposed to avoid solar gain or to provide for ventilation in those properties?
We were generally happy with what was being proposed in terms of the apartment blocks and the orientation and the impact there.
No, it's just I have knowledge of similar apartments where there's only one side that has airflow, and it gets very hot very quickly and impossible to ventilate. And especially if any of them are facing south, the solar gain can be quite tremendous. So what provision is provided within those flats, those apartments, to actually overcome that?
Through you, Chair. There is a requirement now in Part O of the building regulations which deals with overheating. So as part of what they're required to meet under those regulations, they would have to satisfy Part O on any overheating requirement. So in terms of that detailed design, obviously that work would have to be done for building regulation stage. And if there was
material change to the elevations, then they would probably have to look at whether they need to amend the planning application as well as part of that. But until they do that design work, they won't know where they are with that Part O element of the building regs.
Councillor Hawkins. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Can we actually have the floor plan of the apartment building up again, please? It's just following on from Councillor Wilson. It's if you've got single aspect flats, there's also a lighting issue potentially to habitable rooms. And also, just put my glasses back on. There's concern about the front of the plot parking spaces, 8.87, which when I, let's deal with this one first. Is it possible to point out where the habitable rooms are? Because obviously if you've got, you know, the front is living room, it means the bedrooms are at the back.
Are you able? Sir? Yes, okay. It needs to be a bit bigger.
Yes, so where my pointer is, that's west, and then that's east there.
So
Through you, Chair. So the ones in the corner have obviously got aspects to the either north
double
and
aspect, but the ones in the middle are
it's
not.
the one, yeah. There's obviously the ones in the middle have got the single aspect.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that's an additional concern, really. But not to mention,
We don't have a policy that says we won't accept single aspect flats in our local plan. I accept that, you know, it's perhaps not the ideal scenario, but there's nothing in policy terms that says we will only accept dual aspect residential accommodation in our policies.
well, the point is those ones, though, will be subject more to the issue of heating and light and all that, which is, if people are going to live there, the well-being, the amenity is important. Anyway, and then in addition to that, 8.35, there's also concern about the amenity space. You know, front gardens, not just 8.5, we've got, and 8.87, as I mentioned earlier on. So there's, yes, I can see that the design in this case is better than what we had before, but there's still stuff that's not right. But anyway, I just thought I'd point those out. Thank you.
Have we any more questions? Councillor Redrup.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wondered, it mentioned that there was a planning inspectorate appeal for the application for 67 residential units still pending. I just wondered if there was any news on that and if that had any bearing on what we decide today.
So it's a very recent appeal. It is still pending, so there's no update in terms of that. I just kind of to be mindful of the fact that is a live appeal. We're awaiting the outcome of that.
Sorry, so does that mean that if we approve this one, if that appeal was then, I never get the wording, if they were then allowed to do the 67, that could override what we decide today? Is that right?
Yeah, through you, Chair, potentially yes, if the inspectorate allows it, and if this scheme were to be granted planning permission, the applicant would have the choice of implementing that reserve matters or this application.
The question was asked whether we should take account of that application, that appeal in the decision making, but I would have thought that we keep it separately, don't we, independently?
Yeah, through you, Chair, it's not a decision that's been made yet, so it's not a fallback position for the applicant at this time, so no, you need to treat this application separately and on its own merits.
So, Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question relating to affordable housing, which is paragraphs 819 onwards. Clearly, on a site of this size, we would normally expect approximately 19 affordable units to be provided. And I understand that there are additional costs to developing a brownfield site, but there's a very wide range of additional costs. And that seems to depend on whether there are existing services to work around, whether there's piling, whether there's been landfill. It didn't seem to me that any of those special circumstances that would increase the additional costs would apply in this case. Now, there was a figure mentioned in 822 of 100,991, and then I think the case officer mentioned another figure, 230,000 or so, and I'm not quite sure where we are on the additional, the surplus that may be left over and how that would be used for affordable.
Through you, Chair. So there were some elements of the inputs into the applicant's viability appraisal which were queried by BNP Paribas in their assessment of that appraisal, and that was around the decontamination costs associated with this site, which are significant, and also the benchmark land value, and in particular the value that the applicant was putting on the bungalow. And in their response to those queries of the applicant, they've come back with a revised assessment based on the additional information that had been provided, and have, in their view, been able to increase that surplus based on, I think, a slight reduction in the decontamination costs and a slight reduction in the value that the applicant was putting on the bungalow. So that's meant that surplus has been able to be increased. And in terms of increasing that surplus, that has meant the commuted sum for affordable housing is able to be increased consequently.
Councillor Redrup, any more?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. At the site visit yesterday, it was mentioned that the required path went in just one direction towards the road junction, but looking at condition 16 on page 113, it mentions both the westerly and easterly path. I was just wondering which was correct, please.
Yeah, the condition on the report, so it will go both in an east and westerly direction. That's right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we move on to speakers. We have a Whittle submission from Whittle Parish Council has been circulated to councillors and is being published. Councillor Richard Williams, I should emphasise, has withdrawn from the application or speak as local member. But first of all, would the agent please speak the developer of the proposal, Mr. Lorenzo Pandolfi from Logic Planning. I believe he's online.
Can you hear me?
Just to emphasise, do we allow 3 minutes? If it's at the end of 3 minutes, I'll ask you, if you're sort of speaking, I'll ask you to finish your sentence, and we'll do this all both to proposers and others speaking on this application. Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to. So just remember to keep concise and to the point, otherwise you might exceed it. Thank you very much indeed. Bye. Sorry.
Thank you. Can you just confirm that you can hear me properly and see me?
We can hear
Thank you. Thank you. I will start now. Thank you for letting me speak. The application in front of you is the culmination of meaningful dialogue with the council's officers, the local community and the parish council. We have engaged with all parties through formal pre-application meetings, several presentations at Whittlesford Parish Hall, and a constructive dialogue with external stakeholders to ensure this is a project that could work for the wider community. We have responded to all the issues raised in the previous applications and those raised during the public consultation. We have refined the project to arrive at a layout, massing and mix of units that could fit in the village and help the council in boosting housing supply in sustainable location. The site has some unique challenges. It's a brownfield site with an historic polluting and noisy use, located right next to a train station and at a walking distance from the center of the village. It's currently in a very poor condition, as you probably have seen yesterday, yet it has a lot of potential for biodiversity and landscaping improvements. As you can see in the committee report, all the technical consultees, including the landscape and urban design officers, support the approval of the application. Whittlesford Parish Council has raised issues relating to affordable housing, access and traffic around the station, and we have sought to address all these matters as far as possible through a constructive dialogue with them and obviously the council officers. Access and parking matters within the site have been addressed with condition, and we also know that the highway authority supports the scheme. Unfortunately, the applicant has little control over the parking issues affecting the adjoining streets. However, the applicant will pay Section 106 contribution of approximately £42,000 towards the preparation of the Whittlesford Station master plan, which would address many of the issues in the area. Finally, the applicant has agreed to a financial contribution towards affordable housing, the revised sum, which we strongly hope will be directed to the provision of affordable housing in the village. And we also note that other contributions will be directed towards local infrastructure, such as sport facilities, public footpaths, schools, and the refurbishment of Whittlesford Parish Hall. In summary, we think we have resolved or mitigated the issues raised by all the consultees, and that we will improve the local area with direct benefits. The proposal will create new homes of various sizes for different segments of the community and the new green space. This polluted site will be cleared up once for all. The biodiversity net gain will be double that required by law, and the energy performance of the new homes will be 10% above building regs compliant baseline. Whittlesford will benefit from a sensible, contemporary, yet respectful new residential area, and that will fit in the local landscape and preserve it as well in the long term. So we hope that you will be able to support the recommendation of your officers and approve this planning application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Do I have any questions from members?
I see none.
Yeah. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. You've got, your design includes flats with single aspect only. Why?
Thanks for your question. If we can go back to the drawings, or even, I mean, we've seen it. The idea, there is one element which is difficult to resolve, which is if we put a block of flats with a rectangular footprint, some of the flats will necessarily have less aspects than others. What we try to do to mitigate this, if you see the central flats will have a projecting bay window where there would be a terrace, but also a part of the living and dining room will project forward with two lateral windows, which will not create a new aspect per se, because it's not a new wall, but there will be more air circulation laterally than in a fully single aspect flat. So in reality, what we're trying to achieve is to something which is more than a single aspect. Is not, I cannot say it's double aspect because that will mean having a second wall on a different side. But the fact that the bay is projecting will allow air and light to enter also from the side in the main living space, which will have very good impacts on microclimate, overheating, and also outlook. So I think that's what the architect has tried to achieve.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a question. You have got the dwellings on the property, the houses, are all directed towards the south or southwest, and yet there's no, as far as I can see, there's no provision for solar panels. Correct me if I'm wrong. Had you considered solar panels and making use of the good direction for renewable energy generation?
Yeah, sure. We did, due to the constraints of the site, including landscaping constraints and the proximity to the green belt, we had a very fruitful pre-application meeting with the landscape design officer and the urban design officer, and we felt that it would have been better not to load the upper levels of the houses with machinery and solar panels. But that doesn't mean that we cannot think about it in the future, because we can add them with a Section 73 application or a separate application. I'm not saying we ruled them out, but to clarify the massing, to have a massing, and that could be supported by the council officers, we felt that the volumes should be reduced as far as possible, really. But I'm taking your point, and I'm happy to come back to you with a more detailed question if necessary. I'm not saying we are ruling them out. Obviously, the location is very good, and the orientation is even better. So we can have a look at that.
Thank you.
If I may add, sorry, go on.
Any further questions? Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Pandolfini. Pandolfi. Now we move to the local member, Councillor Richard Williams, who will speak on the application.
Thank you very much, Chair. So obviously I'm speaking as local member here. I think, as other members of the committee have noted, this application that's come forward is for 48 units, and it's certainly an improved application, respective to applications that have gone before. It's certainly more in keeping with the local area. It's not entirely in keeping with the local area, but is more in keeping than the previous application. The committee will have noted from the written submission the parish councils nonetheless continues to have concerns about the density of the development. The density of the development is in excess of the guideline for group villages in policy H8 of the local plan. The parish council has also expressed the concerns of some residents about access to the site and increased traffic movements and concerns about parking, and members of the committee have also noted concerns about amenity space, which are flagged up in the officer's report, and the single aspect of some of the dwellings. There are 2 points I want to spend the remaining 2 minutes of my time talking about, and that's just safety at the entrance and affordable housing. I would just note 1 point very quickly, which is several residents have asked that the commencement of the development be conditioned on the implementation of civil parking enforcement. I understand that might be difficult, but this is an area where parking is a real problem. Going down that road is like a slalom sometimes, with the cars parked everywhere. So it might be helpful if that point could be addressed a little bit later, maybe by the officer. There were 2 points I just wanted to really emphasise as local member. Firstly, the safety of the entrance, and particularly the pavement, which has already been mentioned. Absolutely right, as Councillor Redrup said, condition 16 is for a pavement going east of the site, and that is really important, because currently the pavement ends just where the entrance to this site will B, and there is no footpath to the railway station, which is on the far side. So anyone accessing from the village has to walk down the northern side, I think it probably would be, of Station Road, across the access to this. Then there is no pavement, and you're on the road, because there's no pavement on the other side as well. So the only way to get to the station is on the road and crossing the road. So it is vitally important that that condition 16 leads to a pavement that extends in front of the village vets, all the way down to opposite the entrance to the railway station. That's really important for the safety here. So some reassurance on that would be very helpful. Finally, affordable housing. Now, members have already noted that there is no affordable housing provision here. Now, a commuted sum is sought. Now, the developer has just very briefly mentioned that the developer has offered to make a contribution as part of that commuted sum to a local charity, the Nicholas Swallow charity, which was founded in 1577, owns 14 affordable housing properties in the village. And the developer has met with the charity, and they have offered to make at least part of that commuted sum contribution directly to the charity for a scheme the charity has to build 2 new affordable bungalows on land that the charity owns. Unfortunately, and this seems to date back to a policy decision in 2015, we have been told that's not possible, and the council's policy is that all commuted sums must go to the new build sum for the district as a whole. Now, I would like, as local member, and I'm asking the committee as local member, if possible, to show some flexibility on that, and at least that some of that sum be directed towards a specific affordable homes provision within the village. I know in other districts, commuted sums have been directed towards community land trusts. I think that would go a long way to addressing some of the continuing concerns about the lack of affordable housing provision in this site, which is a significant site, would normally come with affordable housing. The viability review says not, but it would go some way, as I say, a long way to address local concerns if there was some real local benefit in terms of affordable housing from this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Have there any questions for the local member? Councillor Hawken.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I was intrigued to hear the point about the Section 106 for affordable housing not being able to be used to build in the village. Now, I would have thought, sorry, but where is that stated? Is there a policy that says we can't do that? Because I'm not clear, really.
Sorry, Chair. I was told by the housing officer that there was a decision in 2015 at a housing portfolio meeting, which is apparently available online, although I haven't been able to find it, that all commuted sums in South Cambs would be directed towards the district's new build policy and could not be used locally. So it dates back to 2015.
I think it would be helpful to have advice from the officers on this, whether it is possible for us to override the previous housing officer's policy decision, should we so desire.
Through you, Chair, I'm just speaking with the legal advisor, and if we were to override a position that's been taken on commuted sums that is established, we would probably have to go back to full council for decision to move away from that position currently. We do have the housing officer available with us, and I have got access to that information that Councillor Williams is referring to. If it's helpful, I can show the position that was agreed in 2015, if that's helpful in terms of what that resolution was.
Further information on that, if we approve the position as it was with an advisory that we would like it to go to the local area, would then the housing officer be able to transfer it to the relevant?
I think, yeah, obviously the Section 106 is quite straightforward in that it will seek to secure the amount of money that we've identified for the purposes of affordable housing. Now, whether there's flexibility with our housing colleagues to work with the parish around the scheme they're talking about, that's something that our housing team could look to explore with them once that amount of money is secured. But that would be for housing colleagues to initiate with the parish. I understand the sentiment from Councillor Williams in what he's requesting. And yes, the idea is to deliver affordable housing to the community that's being impacted by the development. So I fully appreciate what Councillor Williams is seeking to achieve here. It's just how we could potentially do that. Now, we could look at putting in a local connection restriction into the Section 106 that meant it was to be used for purposes of affordable housing within the village of Whittlesford for a certain period of time. And if that wasn't feasible, then it would cascade back to the council's general pot for commuted sums for affordable housing. So we could look to put in a provision of that nature.
And that would be acceptable within the policy?
Yeah.
I would be very happy if we could do that.
Any further questions? Thank you very much. Now we move to the debate. Have any members wish to start the debate? Handley.
I just want to maybe introduce my bit and ask planners to put me right if I'm misunderstanding anything. Because I've quite a bit of sympathy with Whittlesford Parish Council's. Sorry. I've got sympathy with Whittlesford Parish Council's comments about affordable housing and density. Am I right to say that as a group village, they ought to be expecting no more than 15 houses? And yet we've got one here considerably larger than that. And also they could expect 40% of those houses to be affordable. I'm also concerned about the pavement issue, which Councillor Williams raised. Seems to me that this just seemed to be departing so far away from our plans that it's just. I remain to be convinced. I'm afraid at the moment I'm heading towards a no, but I would be very happy to listen with an open mind to everyone else's comments.
Yeah, Councillor Handley. No, sorry, now Hawkins.
Ask if you want to clarify the point on the numbers.
Thank you, Chair.
Phil would like to clarify the point on that numbers.
Through you, Chair. The point about the numbers in this size of village, I understand where you're coming from because there is a finite number mentioned, but this site is nearly 1.3 hectares, so and it is a brownfield site. So the exception there for us is to put 15 dwellings on a 1.3 hectare site is not making the most efficient use of that land. It's in a sustainable location, and therefore, in terms of the numbers that we're looking at, that position is really governed by the amount of land we've got to work with. So that's why the numbers are where they are. And I take your point about it. It's not strictly in accordance with what that policy is, but there's good justification in this instance as to why that is.
Okay.
And the assertion that there's, I guess it's about viability, that they are not going to allocate 40% as affordable housing. That's straightforward viability, is it?
Through you, Chair, that is the case with viability. Yes, in this instance, they've identified significant decontamination costs with the site, which means that we're obviously receiving a suite of financial contributions, which are identified in the report, that cover a lot of our policy requirements. The one that isn't being met is because of those significant costs to bring the site forward for development, and that has a knock-on effect in terms of what can be achieved in terms of affordable housing, albeit that we have got an amount for a commuted sum, which is what can be achieved.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. I am still quite concerned about the design of the buildings, especially the apartments. And the fact that there's not sufficient outdoor space, even for the houses. Yes, as I said before, the current design is a lot better than the previous one of 67. But it's still at 48 dwellings, the density is approximately 38 dwellings per hectare, which I think is higher than the 30 that will be expected in that site. So there still isn't, as been said by someone else, I'm not convinced that this is the best we can get from this site. Yes, I take the point about the decontamination, but surely they knew they were going to have to do that before they bought the land.
Have we other speakers? Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. A number of points of discussion here. The design, yes, we do prefer dual aspect where that's possible, but I do think that the developers explained that that is not always possible, and they have done their best to ensure as much ventilation as possible. I don't think we can expect them to go further than that in this. The concern about affordables, yes, I was also concerned about that. I accept there may be slightly higher remediation costs because of an element of contamination, and I am glad to see that the contribution to this has been increased, as the developers have accepted that can be increased. I would hope that, as discussed, that can be made available to the village charity so that we can see specific affordable houses built where they're needed and run by an organisation set up for the purpose. The previous application is not a relevant consideration for us, and therefore I'm doing my best to exclude it from my thoughts. But I do think that, given the other circumstances I've mentioned, I'm moving towards thinking we need to approve this, and since there were no other, I think, Chair, no others seeking to contribute to the debate, I propose, therefore, that we move to a vote on the recommendations of the officers. I think I may have a seconder.
No, I was just going to extend the debate and comment that calling this a brownfield site is actually being polite. It's littered with derelict vehicles. There's obvious surface pollution from hydrocarbons and Lord knows what else. So I'm prepared to give the developer some slack regarding the mitigation costs. Admittedly, there's no formal affordable housing, but I do notice 1 and 2 bedroom flats, which are going to be more affordable to first-time buyers than 4-bedroom detached houses. But I would definitely like to see some sort of arrangement, as Councillor Williams proposed, with the local affordable housing provider, if we can work that through the system, so that the affordable housing is local. And yes, I will second your proposal to move to a vote, Councillor Fane.
So we move to the vote. If you're voting for the motion, that will be to approve the application. If you're voting against, is to refuse the application. Just so you're clear. Thank you. How many of us? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. And still somebody to vote. Okay. That is 6 votes in favour, so 2 abstentions, so the application is approved. Thank you. Sorry?
clarification. Are we including the request to make sure that there's a condition that the affordable housing allocation is for local first, and then if that can be done?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
we put in a requirement for local connection. First priority, if that doesn't work, sorry, through you, Chair. We did say that we would look to establish a local connection as the first instance for that commuted sum. If that doesn't work, then we would cascade it out to the normal.
Down out to the rest. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for calling that point, Councillor Hawkins. Okay, now we move on to application number 22047885 for erection of 118 dwellings for residential uses along all roads of sewers and landscaping and ancillary matters, a reserved matter application in Camborne. There's a town council objection, and the proposals are presented for you primarily because the proposals are significant for all the developers around West Camborne. We haven't looked at the site, and we want to make sure that councils are happy with the type of development if it is going to be through to guide future applications of that area. The presenting officer is James Truitt.
Chair, we're just waiting for James to get set up on the system, so just bear with us. He is here in person.
Have a 10-minute short break, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen. Excellent. This application is for the reserve matters for the erection of 118 dwellings for residential use, along with all roads, sewers, landscaping and all ancillary matters following the outline permission S-2903-140L, and it's known as Parcel 2.1 on Cambourne West. The application has been reported to Planning Committee following a scheme receiving objections from the Cambourne Town Council. In consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair, it was considered that the proposal should be reported to committee due to the significance of the proposals in the context of the wider development of Cambourne West. Yeah, it won't let me escape. Let's try again. Sorry about that. Apologies about that. Carry on. So the outline permission is for the was for the whole site, which was granted in December 2017, which is shown by this red line here. This included up to 2,350 dwellings, retail space, office and light industry, community and leisure facilities, and schools. So for each development parcel, strategic engineering and landscaping element, a reserve matters application must be submitted and approved by the local planning authority. Applications for the approval of reserve matters should be made to the local authority before the expiration of 16 years from December 2017, which is December 2033. So the site that we're looking at today is on the eastern edge. This is 2.1 here, which is adjacent to Lower Cambourne and is south of the secondary school and the future allotments and adjacent to future green spaces here and here. This is the location plan. The site as a whole has been historically used for arable use, and you can see the red line just here. So this screen shows the site layout plan. So the scheme proposes 118 dwellings with 35 affordable. The scheme provides 2 primary vehicular accesses, which are located here and here. Several pedestrian and cycle connections around the edge of the site, which are located along these edges here, this edge here, and there is a connection path to the north of the site, which is tree-lined. Condition is recommended, which requires all cycle and pedestrian links to the adjoining greenways are implemented to ensure that these are available to residents from the outset. The scheme itself also contains a larger double lap and play along the way to the north of the site along here. I'll go into talk about these further later. The scheme has undergone extensive pre-app and post-submission amendments, which has resulted in design evolutions to include additional trees, such as along the roads in the areas along here and here. Reconfiguration of the layout of the site as a whole, including the dwellings, junctions, hard and soft landscaping, and there have been improvements to the parking courts, including further vegetation, that is, to break up the parking courts and parking spaces, which you can see in these areas here and here. The scheme is considered to largely comply with the design code, with the key variations being building height and the large singular lap in the centre, but I'll go on to speak about these further, but the double lap has been evolved as part of the scheme and it was considered to be appropriate because of the surrounding green spaces and the future leap, which would be in this area here, which would be slightly off the screen. So So the scheme itself has received objections from the Camborne Town Council on the ground of excessive rear parking courts and poor design of parking spaces. And there were also comments made regarding the lap location and the alleyway behind plots 1998 and 1996, but these were subsequently removed following updates and amendments to the scheme. So of the 118 dwellings, 35 of these are affordable, which equates to a 30% affordable provision, of which 18 are affordable rent and 17 shared ownership, which is around a 52 to 48-ish% split. This was due to viability issues with the outline application, and it was approved that 30% affordable provision with a 50-50 split for the tenure being affordable rent and shared ownership. The scheme is therefore compliant with the outline permission, and just from this drawing here, just for context, the sort of the red shading shows where the affordable rent would be, and the blue shading shows where the shared ownership would be. And the scheme is considered acceptable to the council's housing development officer. This plan here shows the building heights, sort of the greenish shading over the background is taken from the design code, which shows that the scheme should mostly be 2 to 2.5 stories. The scheme includes these blue coloured shaded areas, which are the 3-storey units, which is proposed along this western edge overlooking this green space. And it was considered by officers to positively contribute towards the creation of this stronger secondary frontage and create a greater sense of enclosure for the future green space. And there's also a requirement for this parcel to have overlooking of the surrounding green spaces for sort of security purposes and general protection, and which this contributes positively towards. The next couple of slides are going to show some of the sort of predicted elevations from some of the street scenes. This area along here, A, which shows the height of the 3-storey buildings compared to some of the 2 and 2.5 storey, and you can see this stronger frontage in this area here. There is a condition recommended to secure further details of the materials and architecture. And so some of the town council comments originally made reference to the doors all looking identical, but some of these door details would be secured via the recommended materials and architecture condition, and so would be subject or potentially subject to change. Here's some more of the elevations as well, which shows this sort of central car parking court, which if you can see on the small plan here, would be this area here, which shows the indicative vegetation. So this slide shows the indicative landscaping layout, and so the details of the soft and hard landscaping are secured via a recommended condition, and additionally a condition is recommended regarding some of the boundary treatments and for some of the specific details of the lap, including its delivery, which is this area here. This proposal is supported by the landscaping officer. The site also includes water efficiency measures to provide potable water use of no more than 110 litres per person per day, which accords with the local plan. And a condition is recommended securing the locations of the charging points and the layout of the PV solar panels. And this approach is supported by the council's sustainability officer. This drawing here shows the ecological plan, which shows the layout and location of the bird and bat boxes. And so this scheme also includes provision for hedgehog holes and a lighting scheme which accords with the Bat Conservation Trust's guidelines for sensitive lighting for areas with foraging bats, and is supported by the ecology officer, and a condition is secured, is recommended, securing everything identified on this plan in terms of ecology. This plan here shows the parking arrangements for the scheme. And so the design of the parking courts and parking provision, as mentioned earlier, has undergone extensive amendments, and the parking courts are compliant with the design code. The scheme provides on average 2.25 spaces per dwelling, and the parking courts contain landscaping to help break up the spaces and are located to minimise visual intrusion. On-plot parking is utilised wherever possible, and any not located directly on plot are located in a convenient location adjacent to the property. Conditions are recommended regarding the details of the secure cycle storage. So this reserve matters application also includes the partial discharge of the conditions you can see on the screen, but this is also in the officer report, and these relate to the outline application. So the proposals are considered largely compliant with the outline parameter plans and the approved Camborne West Design Code. The scheme is considered to additionally accord with relevant policies of the local plan and the aims and objectives of the MPPF. The scheme is widely supported by consultees, including urban design, landscape, environmental health, sustainability, and the Highway Authority, to name a few, and the only objection received was from the Town Council, as mentioned before. Officers recommend to approve the reserve matters application, subject to planning conditions, and it is also recommended to approve the partial discharge of the conditions listed in section 10 of the officer report. I've also included a small table just to help everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now come to questions of clarification from the officer. So, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Is it possible to go back to the diagram that shows the distribution of the affordable and shared housing, please? Okay, obviously my mind hadn't picked up properly. What is the colour scheme? What's the red and what's the
Yeah, so the red is the, I'll just double check just to make sure I get it right. So the red is the affordable rented and the blue is the shared ownership.
Okay. Just looking at the right-hand side, there seems to be a lot more in that section. Not the pepper potting that we tend to do. Is that, did you say that was acceptable?
Yeah, so this was evolved with the Council's Housing Development Officer, and it was considered acceptable by them. It's something that's evolved throughout the scheme from pre-application stage.
It's just me, it just seems there's that big group there. And then the rest is on the edge. But still on that one, the parking spaces are all at the rear. Now, I'm just going back to the objection from the Town Council. Excessive rear parking costs and poor design of parking spaces. But surely, that is meant to not have cars dominating the front of the area. And has that actually been resolved?
Yes, yes.
Their objection to the excessive. What was excessive about it?
So I believe their comments in relation to the scheme as it stands now, though it was comments from earlier on, though throughout the sort of design stage, officers considered that the scheme is acceptable and it's to reduce parking on street in front of the properties to create sort of stronger elevations and stronger frontages around the edge of the site to try and sort of keep the parking more to sort of back of house, so it's sort of outside of the sort of general public.
I mean, I see that, it's just I can't quite understand what that objection is all about. Sorry.
Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions in relation to the sustainability policy. I see that the sustainability officer had no objection, but the approach was supported. Further information is required in relation to solar PV panels, etc. And no mention is made in this application of, for instance, the heating system. Are we talking about gas, or to what extent are heat pumps involved? What about cooling in hot weather? What provision has been made for that? Very glad to see the additional tree-lined streets, but what provision for cooling?
Yeah, thank you for that. So The outline planning application for Camborne West had a sustainability strategy, and so this site accords with that. So it is considered acceptable. In terms of the, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to go in order, the queries you asked in regards to sort of the location of the charging points and PV solar panels. So the quantity was agreed, but the specific locations were yet to be shown on a plan. And so it was agreed to then provide the sort of the conditions so that it can be shown later on as to the specific locations of them. I think that was everything. Thank you.
Well, okay, my point now. I would be interested to know the management of the open spaces. We've had a lot of problems in some other areas where it's been managed by a management company and it's caused excessive costs to the tenant, necessarily, and the occupiers, not necessarily well continued. And in particular, another particular issue has been lighting on the non-adopted roads, which is then managed by the management company, sometimes in some areas with multiple different owners and difficult to maintain and tend to be badly maintained. What plans have they got for long-term management of the green spaces and the lighting, particularly of the unadopted areas streets in this area?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so my understanding is the town council, Camborne Town Council, will adopt sort of the open spaces such as the lap and any of the green spaces. The highway authority will adopt the general highway areas. Anything outside of that, my understanding is it is the town council.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have we any other questions? Councillor Redrup.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure how relevant it is today, but I noticed that one type of house at least had doors that clashed into each other, like the front door was shown clashing into the toilet doors. Just wondered if that's anything that we have any power over, or if that's sort of a building control issue. Thank you.
It's more of an internal layout issue.
Yeah.
It's not something, yeah, we would normally essentially pick up on. I'm not sure which house type we're talking about, but it's more of an internal layout matter than necessarily a planning matter.
Yeah, it's the Evely houses. I mean, I didn't look through all of the house layouts, I have to confess. I mean, I've lived in a house like that, and you can't rely on your family to leave the toilet door shut so you can get in your front door. So I just wonder if we're planning houses that have faults already built in, if we're then asking, if we're putting an onus on house buyers to then have to fix something straight away, which seems wasteful.
I mean, generally, it's an issue for them, I guess, in terms of what they're marketing as the product, and obviously they want it to be as functional as possible. So yeah, it would be an odd scenario that, as you say, functionality-wise, if a layout doesn't work, and that's really something for them to look at in terms of their property marketing, I would have said.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Could you just clarify the access to and from the site from the outside world? It looks like there's a single road in from the top left and something that might be a cycle path or a footpath on the right-hand side. Is that the limits of the ways in and out of the site?
Yeah, no problem. So in terms of the motor vehicle access, that would be there's two entrances or exits to the site. So you've got this access here, where my laser pointer is, and you also have another one here.
Oh, okay.
And this would lead to towards the south of the site where there's parcel 1.5, which recently gained reserve matters approval, and then would follow this road out towards sort of the main spine road, as with this area here. In terms of some of the cycle accesses, you have the existing right-of-way that runs along here, so you'd have access across some of these areas here, and you've also got some pedestrian accesses and cycle accesses from such as where my cursor is here, and adjacent to the road where there's a shared cycle pedestrian route. So there's several of them that sort of dissect this site north-south to sort of allow for better permeability throughout the site and legibility.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Thank you very much. Okay. Now we move to the public speakers. You have the developer, Susie Hartas, from Vistry House Building, who's presenting the development. Thank you for being so patient for to wait for the actual application to be considered. Just to remind you that we restrict the presentations to 3 minutes. It'll be at the end of 3 minutes, I will ask you to finish your sentence. And, okay, thank you very much indeed.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Susie Hartas and I am the Design and Planning Manager for Vistry Homes. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this afternoon. I don't propose to take up too much of your time. But I would like to reiterate the hard work that has gone into the proposals before you today, which we've worked up in conjunction with your officers over the past 12 to 18 months, I would say. We've worked really proactively with all the relevant departments of the council to ensure that the proposals are supported by urban design, landscape, highways and other technical officers, and that they respect the principles of the outline plan permission and subsequent design code. Just to pick up on some of the questions that we've just had, in relation to the town council objection, that was an objection to the scheme as originally submitted, where the parking courts were larger and had less landscaping. The alleyway, as they describe it, has now been widened. And I think the other issue was in relation to the colours of our front doors. So I think we have gone through 2 rounds of changes to address those comments, and I don't believe they ever commented on the new plans. In terms of affordable housing, there is a section 106 on this site which determines cluster sizes, and we're in accordance with those. On sustainability, we will be building these under the new building regs, and that will include a significant increase in the carbon reduction over the approved site-wide sustainability statement that we have to abide by. We also will have to carry out overheating assessments on our houses, and there will be a significant amount of PV on all, most, if not all, of the houses. In terms of management, James was correct, and the landscape areas will go to the town council. And if there's any lighting in unadopted private areas, they will go into a private management company. If there are any other questions, I'm happy to take them.
So, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. 2 things. The landscaping. Now, are you going to be planting this at the end of the building or as you go along? Because what happens is the landscape just tends to get chucked in at the end, and then some of it dies and doesn't look good.
We, as a business, are very focused on making sure that our presentation is there from the outset. So we will be looking at the way we occupy the site, and we'll be landscaping as we go along. So it won't all go in at the end. And there will be a suitable management regime in place to make sure that anything that does die is replaced.
Because basically, once people start moving in, you know, it'll be good if there is something there that looks good as part of, you know, the environment, and doing it as you start building, or even before you start building.
Yeah, and we agree. We want our residents to live in a pleasant environment from day one.
One other thing, if I may, can we bring up the plan that shows the heights of the buildings, please? It's just, where it says 3 stories, it looks more to me like it's 4 stories.
This one here where it shows the street views.
because the very top level, the black wall looks like the black on the left-hand side. If you look at the roof pitch, that's another story. That's a 3-story, and you look at the 2-story next to it. Excuse me? Yeah. Is that, I mean, what's the ridge height? What's the ridge height of your 3-story and your 2-story buildings?
I don't know off the top of my head, I'm afraid. I mean, that is a 3-story building, and these are where we've had the 3-story. That's where we've worked really hard with the urban design officers to create that sense of enclosure, which you do with higher buildings. I believe these are the same apartment buildings that have been delivered elsewhere on the site, but there isn't a 4th story in there hidden.
Any further questions? Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. In section 9.25 of our report, which is page 140, it mentions that the housing team had requested some M42 standard homes, but that they didn't feel they couldn't ask for that too strongly, I guess, because of when this development went through. I was just wondering what have you included in your plans to make your homes accessible to people with different needs, for example, those who use wheelchairs?
So as it says in the in section 9.25, the council's housing team did request the 5%, and I believe James's report is that because of the age of the consent, that wouldn't be required. As a matter of design, our affordable houses are M42 compliant, which would be 10, I believe. So that's in excess of the 5% in the policy.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I will come back on the issue of management of the street lighting on unadopted areas with the management company. I mean, I have experience in my own ward of street lights being managed by management companies, and it's not a happy history. First of all, would it be only one management company? How can we ensure that long-term management is actually maintained? Can you give me any reassurance on that matter?
I don't know whether, I mean, it would in theory be one management company, but they are decided as we go along. Those kind of decisions aren't made yet. As I understand, the way that management companies work is that residents become members of those. So if they're unhappy with the performance, I think they can vote them out. I don't know, James, I'm sure I can confirm whether or not there is a condition that requires full details of management. It's something that we could bolster in terms of private management if that was felt appropriate.
There currently isn't one, but it'd be... No, yeah, there currently isn't one.
No, it's just that my experience in the area is concerned is sort of up to 50% of the lights are not working after about 10 years, and I wouldn't want that to be replicated. I don't know whether it's possible to put a condition which could help on that. Probably not, is it?
Through you, Chair, I wouldn't advise that we can be requiring details of a management company at reserve matter stage. I think if there was issues of that, it should be established at the outline stage. This is just dealing with the detail of the application in terms of those reserve matters that are being asked to be considered.
Have we any more questions? Okay, now we go to the debate. Can we?
I think.
I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. Phil wishes to make a point.
Yeah, through Chair.
There's a typo apparently.
Just before we start the debate and move to a decision whenever that occurs, I just wanted to make sure that the recommendation is clear, and there is a typo on the agenda, item 8, front page at 125. So the recommendation says to approve reserve matters application 22/02785/RMA,
that should actually read 22/04785/REM, which is referenced further up the page. So just making sure that is clear.
Thank you. Do we have any comments on the debate, please? Anybody like to speak? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Seems to me there's been a lot of work gone into this to actually bring forward what we're looking at, which has no objections, which for a big application is unusual. But that just goes to show that, you know, the applicant and our officers have worked well together on this. Frankly, other than my comment about the height of buildings looking like they're 1 story higher than I think they should be, yeah, I'm happy to support this.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just really to reflect what Councillor Hawkins has just said, I can't see any reason to reject this. I did just want to say one thing. I attach no weight to this for this application, so this is not about this planning application, but this issue of management companies does worry me. And I think we need to do all we can for our next local plan to get the strongest policies there, but that has nothing to do with this application.
Yeah, Councillor Wilson.
Yes, as we've been going through and hearing from the applicant, it seems like the one objection we had in this from the town council has already been resolved. So I was wondering why that wasn't in the report, that these matters have been resolved.
So there were no further sort of updated comments from the town council, so their objection remained as it stood.
Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the Town Council are not here this afternoon to put any further concerns. I share what Councillor Hawkins said about this. You know, I think those involved, Vistry and others, have worked really hard with all parties, both here and in the town, to resolve issues, I think. I was satisfied by the answer I received earlier in relation to sustainability policy, but that is, it's part of the sustainability strategy for Camborne West as a whole. But I think we need to keep an eye on this because sustainability is moving forward so fast. New concerns are arising all the time, new techniques. We're moving towards a time when it won't be possible to put in gas boilers and so on. And heat, dealing with excess heat in summer, is something that we're really only beginning to take on board. And that, of course, relates also to ventilation. But having said that, it is part of the sustainability strategy, and I see no other objections, so I would be inclined to move to a vote to accept the recommendation of officers on this. I put the proposal, and I think I have a second.
Can you just clarify what we're voting on? It's approve and parts approve together rather than and or. It's not very clear the way it's laid out.
Is there a legal requirement to do them separately, or do we? Sorry, is there a legal requirement to do them separately?
That is what I'm proposing should be.
Yeah. Chair, through yourself. Oh, bear with me. So, within the recommendation, it is as written down, and as long as members are clear, that's what they're voting on, both those parts on the one application. Yes, it's both.
So, we go to have a vote to either approve as per the recommendation or to refuse against the recommendation. Can we do it by affirmation? Is anybody planning to oppose? Can we then do it by affirmation, everybody?
Great. Great. Thank you very much. And no against? No. And no abstain? No. Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. The recommendation is the application number 2204-785 is approved, reserve matter application is approved, and the details reserved by the condition pursuant to outline planning permission S2903-14 is also part approved. Thank you very much, as per the recommendation. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the compliance report. This will be presented by Rebecca Smith. To you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got some notes from Chris in relation to this report. He said the open cases has been underreported previously, as there's been an issue with the report not showing all the cases that are open. So this will look to be resolved. This will be looked at to resolve the reports and provide an accurate number, and he will update at the next committee. The report now shows the new cases from the beginning of the year for both South Cambs and City, but again, unfortunately, there's an issue with data extrapolation between both council reports. So again, he will update at the next committee. A new planning compliance officer, Robert Bird, starts on Monday the 17th. And if anybody wants any specific updates, can you please contact Chris? Thank you.
Any questions of the report? No, thank you very much. The report is noted. Now we move on to item 11, appeals. Agenda item 10 also includes the appeals against enforcement action. Perhaps has that been noted that there were four appeals on page appendix 1, and now we come to appeals on planning applications. Perhaps Phil could outline that.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, wasn't planning on particularly highlighting anything to members. They're obviously there in terms of the decisions we've had and updates of where we are with various appeals. But if there are any questions, I can attempt to address them now or take them away and come back to you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. On page 169, the decisions that we've been notified, I noticed that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all have been allowed, which kind of raises my antenna. Especially for the one that was a committee decision, 21009534, the second one. Can we know what the reasons were for the inspector allowing it? Or is that something that we can look at a later date or something, just so we learn from it as a committee?
Yeah, through you, Chair, absolutely. I don't know if you've looked through the decision, but I think you need to go through there were 3 reasons for refusal on that application, and obviously the inspector hasn't agreed with any of those 3 reasons. It went to a public inquiry, so it was obviously the evidence was tested quite thoroughly by obviously us in defending the appeal, and obviously the appellant's position that was put to the inspector. So yeah, perhaps we can look at doing some more forensic examination into that decision, if that would be helpful for the committee, given that it was an overturn of the officer recommendation and has subsequently been allowed. So I can take that away and look to come back with a summary that we could perhaps do as a session even after this meeting, if that was something members would be interested in.
Have you any further questions? Thank you.
Sorry, can I just add one thing? We are going to also include the PINS reference numbers. I've asked for that to be updated on the report. So if members do want to research those decisions, you can do that yourselves.
but we'll get those included in the references.
Okay, it now only lies to me to item the date of the next meeting. The next meeting will be on Wednesday, August the 9th, and here. I will not be here myself, so somebody else will be substituting for me as chair. Look forward to seeing you in September. Thank you very much.